What's up, man? How you doing? I sitting here chilling, talking to Anna's wife. Sorry, I forgot to hit the button. Having a chat, got to see Pepper. I don't get to see Melanie too much. She's a nice lady, really nice lady. Hi everyone. Hi William. How you doing today? I'm having a pretty good day here. East Colfax, Denver. Rigs for us. It's a place to be, especially Friday. My boy turns 18 and he can actually come in the place legally. So I'm thinking we might have barbecue up in here. So anybody in the Denver area, welcome to Seamus's birthday. Might just go ahead and say it's Seamus and Polly's birthday party because she just had one. She's she's 7 days older than my boy. Yeah, I didn't get anything done in here today, but I sold the bike yesterday. We got a generator. They're basking in air conditioning. We got a cool refrigerator going on. We picked the generator up this morning, so it's actually on its first test run. Doing good so far. And it starts easy and just really nice. Getting the refrigerator cold and the AC's working. They both have their computers up and running. Although they're not online, we haven't made it to the Cricket to get good service. We're on Walmart. Let me tell you a little something about motherfucking. What's up, Greg? Good to see you, man. Fucking smart talk at goddamn Walmart. Walmart folk. Love you too, my friend. It's always good to see you, Greg. I worry about your ass hanging from them heights. Steel worker, motherfucker. There's something wrong with the guy's brain. He gets way too up in that goddamn air for me. uh-uh. I've seen videos of what he does. Make your fucking asshole pucker. I ain't no other way to say that, man. I'd be crunching seat. I'm like, Gray, I can't watch your video. I don't even know why you post them because I can't look at it. I really can't. It's too much. Too motherfucking much, man. No. I know you got safety equipment, but I see y'all motherfuckers up there talking about brave shit, taking that shit off. I'm like, man, there's something wrong with you. Yeah, and I mean you. God damn it. Oh, you've been doing roads this year. Good. Stay on the ground. I told you stay on the fucking ground. It ain't so bad, is it? uh, I'm glad to hear you on the ground because I'll tell you what, he scared the fuck out of me up there, man. God damn, there's something wrong with that boy. Cheers. Fuck me. Ooh. You know, that's some good weed. My God. This shit is what I put on top of it. And yeah, there's 2 different kinds in there. Fucking white diamonds, and then white diamonds soaked in fucking terpenes. And I just tried the terpene stack. It's all full of flavor. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not even right. It tastes so good. Damn. Potent. Well, drive safe, Glenn. Or Greg. Stay on the ground. That's good news. They're gonna need to be tall to come up over them waves there, Lily. I did, Glenn. We have a generator. Tomorrow we'll be taking showers. We're just kind of low on water. Generator's running the house. I got another 15 amp. I got another whole side of the generator I can use. And it's a 4350 generator. It's out 4350. 4350. It fit perfect right in our little generator spot with a 5-gallon jug of gas. Oh, that's good. So, of course, I moved the 5-gallon jug of gas when I turned it on. Just saying. Ass and corn chips. You know, you may be getting a whiff of me, Glenn. It's been a couple of days. Well, next thing, our refrigerator's getting cold because the generator's on. So it puts a little less stress on me because I was switching out fucking ice every fucking day, wringing out towels. It's just so the fucking shit doesn't get wet inside the RV. And yeah, that's done. But I need to, I'm, you know, I need to get myself another gas one and put it in there instead of that electric one because it won't run the AC and the fucking water heater at the same time unless I plug in the other half of the generator, which I'm not gonna. I'm saving that one for my work. I said if this runs everything, then we're good. But I mean, it runs fridge and everything at the same time. Water pumps got their screens on, everything. They're running full computers, 2 of them in there. So we got plenty of amperage for the house and plenty of amperage for the workshop. So I'm going to leave them separated. I need to get myself a fucking water heater for that runs gas off of that propane. My ass smells like corn. I think I'd be complimenting my ass at this point. How you doing, Paul? How's that AC holding out? I take it you found yourself some Wi-Fi. Cheers, baby. So she seems happier. Fucking, I was ecstatic to feel the refrigerator or the ice starting to form on the back of the fucking freezer again. I was like, oh god, woohoo! That was a big celebration for me. Fucking ice costs money, man. I was like, god damn, fucking $3 a block. Yeah, I figured my ass don't smell like no corn. You've been living with me, you know. My ass smells like the other end of the corn after it's been processed fully. Woo! Here comes my ride. Hope not. What's up, coffee? They came and went. Good. We'll have to get some cricket surface. Doing good today, coffee. So it's been 2 hours. The generator's on, running good anyway. Giving her a test run. Started up like a champ once I figured out how to do it. I'm sitting there fighting with it. Seamus is reading the instructions for me. He's my tech boy. And I figured out because it's got a pepcock, turn off the gas and shit. And I'm all like, fuck. Why in the hell ain't this thing fucking kicking in and running good? And he he came up with the choke. I was like, fuck, where the hell's the choke? And I found the choke, motherfucker. Fucking, I pulled that. Boom. I was like, oh shit, we got power. Coffee getting himself some hurricane damage. Huh? Yeah, well, you got to read the instructions. I was busily trying it while I had somebody else read the instructions for me. That's my method usually. If I run into problems, I confer with the expert sitting next to me with the book. So we found everything on it and figured it out. Took me about 5 minutes. I was like, it's getting gas because it would slow run. And I'm all like, fuck, man. It wasn't like choking out or anything. It was just fucking sitting there running, but it was slow chugging. It wasn't producing electric. And I'm all like, well, what the fuck? He's like, turn on the fucking choke. I was like, that might work. I looked around. There was a little mechanism. It's like, boom, that motherfucker lit up. I was like, that's a brand new generator. Motherfucking cow farts. That's what it had to be. That and patches. Patches helps. All that. She got dog farts. She's a cow dog. Shane was pointing that out yesterday. Nice coffee. Y'all need to stop fucking with them Inuits. God damn, this is some stony ass shit. Baby. My kiln is at 8. No, my bad. 960. I'm almost ready to work already. Look at that shit. Well, You know, that's the same goddamn one that's been over Greenland and Iceland for fucking how long, right? We discussed those are just going to get bigger and stronger. And now they're calling them hurricanes all of a sudden. They've been tearing back Iceland. We saw fucking trees flying a couple months ago in the air. I mean, like flying, tumbling, just fucking tumbling, not just fucking tumbling over, but tumbling through the fucking air. It's going to get stronger, bigger, wider, the closer and the push and the crunch on our ionosphere gets. I could pull it up here and look at it. I couldn't share the screen because we're on YouTube. YouTube sucks that way. I miss my Twitch. I miss my computer. I mean, hurricane. Because it's so common. At least 30. You know, it's like he lives in Florida and shit. Fuck. Oh my god. uh, yeah, after it goes up the fucking East Coast. But yeah, not. It's fucking fish fart. Fish farts are not to blame. They're water filtered. It's why the ocean's blue. But Florida doesn't get them anymore, and they haven't for quite a few years now. I predicted that too on my Facebook, all over the place. Trade winds are turning. The fucking hurricanes that used to hit the East Coast are going up and through fucking the UK and up into the Philippines and shit. Florida hadn't been a target for a while. Hey, what's up, dog? How you doing? I'm sitting here getting stoned as fuck off a couple of hits off this bowl. Good to hear, dog. 8% coffee. Our coffee is more like espresso. How you doing, irrelevant? I guess I'm gonna call you 20. Welcome to the corner. It just tastes so good. You want to hit it again, but I'm so fucking high. I'm like, I gotta put that aside. That's some good fucking weed. I'm all like, damn. It is some gooey weed. How you doing, Pancake? I'm feeling kind of like that myself at the moment. I'm like, fuck, man. Wait a minute. Put that over there. Oh my god. If it doesn't hurt, you're not paying attention. It usually hurts me at some point. Go burn or cut myself. Yeah, I know there's bets taken sometimes. How many minutes till he burns himself? I am still smoking that hefty fucking sack of weed, but I bought this weed, and then I got this stuff that's concentrated, two flavors, white diamonds and then white diamonds and a lemon terp, and or gorilla glue, a different strain. Oh boy, fuck. Yeah, there ain't nothing but stay calm. How you doing, TK? Hey there last night. Good to see you. Welcome into the live. Yeah, yeah, that's right. You and Glenn. Look, I got the calm light over here. I gotta keep it in the frame. I was just trying to read shit while the door was open. That's for Glenn. So how the hell is everybody? Anyhow, it's a beautiful fucking Sunday here. Probably about 82. Gonna get up to it anyways. I'm here Monday and Tuesday is gonna be the hottest days of the year. And I'm like, what? No, really? Actually, I'd like to look at that now that I got my phone. Let me see what's going on. Oh shit, Glenn! Fuck! Let's build the glitter box. Don't worry, there's plenty left. If you run out, god dang, man. Didn't need to do that. The fucking glitter fell. Double bow shot. Well, there's a little bit of pressure, a little bit of charge buildup. Um, and I'll tell you what, John, and I guess it's been a big debate. What the hell is that fucking bright star at night? And it's like, well, we've been watching that motherfucker get brighter and brighter. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Hi.
What up? Hey, Polly.
You were cutting out so bad on my phone. I did get my notification though. I wanted to come and tell you, look at all your little artwork.
I know. I said I got a bunch of shit up.
You did do a bunch of shit. Oh, I like that. So I was gonna walk over there and get that Western Union from my daddy.
I'll go over where?
To the Supra King Stupor, whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
That's really cool there.
Thank you.
I feel like it should play music. Can you make a musical pipe?
Well, yeah.
That would be so cool.
I want to make a glass flute.
A flute?
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know who I'd sell it to. It would be motherfucking expensive.
It would be motherfucking expensive.
It'd be a nice flute.
Yeah, it would. Very nice. Very nice flute.
Yeah.
I kind of want a pan flute
I have
in a glass now.
aspirations.
You know what I'm talking about? The little pan flutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. That
I
would
could
be
do
cool.
those too.
Have them all like
The
braided together.
didgeridoos. I've done big didgeries.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
the
Yeah,
resonation coming from a fucking 44 fucking millimeter tube of glass. Amazing.
I want to hear that.
It's give me
Why do what?
Right the fuck behind
This?
that.
It's big.
Feel the lip.
Is it smooth?
Feel the fucking lip.
Oh.
Oh, didgeridoo. I can't do it.
You're like, I have no air.
There you go.
Made my lips vibrate. That's cool.
Yeah, I've made some big.
Pretty cool, man.
In the day.
Anyway, so I figured I'd come tell you that that's what I was doing. I was watching The Avengers because I have it downloaded on the computer. And I paused it so I could watch your video and everything. And I told Sam, it's okay, I'm not getting good signal, so I'm going to walk over here and do this thing. And he says, will you play the movie?
Yeah.
So it's playing.
Oh, I knew you and him would get along with that way anyways for the fucking movie benefits because y'all both Avenger fans.
Man, I feel
He's
so
got
much
them
better.
all
Dude,
somewhere.
like, my whole side still hurts. I feel bruising, but I don't have that sick pain under my rib cage now. I don't feel nauseous. I feel so much better.
This fucking weed is too much. I had to hit this. It's got some of the sugar on it. I'm so fucking high.
Are you?
Oh, I had to put it down.
I mean, I just smoked the 3 hits off of his pipe. I haven't smoked anything else.
It's that shit. That's got some of the Gorilla Glue. I'm glued.
You're glued?
I'm fucking glued, man. I'm like, fuck.
Which one's which?
The glue is the yellowish, and this is white diamond.
Cool. I still love this piece with the freaking heart in it. It makes me wonder if that's Jonathan, because he does the crushed opal in his.
A lot of people use opal.
A lot of people use opal. You can use any gemstone.
Those are synthetics. You can use opal, real opal, if you're real fucking good.
Can you use any gemstone?
No.
Yeah.
No.
The heat will break it.
I've tried rubies and successfully done one. I've tried diamonds. Fuck them up. They do not
They don't take
like
the heat.
it. Oh no. The marble. Fucking they won't
hold the
case.
glass. Right. I see
They
that.
destroy it.
I see that. Maybe if you put it in like some kind of clear silicone or something.
Well, it ain't glass.
I mean, could you put glass around it? If you coated the diamond in it.
No. We're talking 3,200 degrees.
Well, I don't know.
No, you can't put silicone in anything. No. I've done a ruby. I've done a few opals, but I mean, you got to have a handful of opals to get a couple because they're going to explode. They have moisture inside.
Right.
And they'll explode.
That's
now
what
you
the
can
problem
use
is.
that crushed red opal, but it might have moisture in it too. So just keep baking it like I do the mica.
But then it's not.
I baked the mica 3 days before I fucking put it in the glass. And then I put it in the glass like nobody else does.
And that's just something you have to learn.
Mm-hmm. And I learned how to do soft glass, so I learned those techniques. That's over.
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you.
So I do things that are 1,200-year techniques that a lot of the glass blowers.
Now,
The problem is here. You see, I start out hard.
Right.
In soft glass, you start out wet.
Wet.
You have to know how to handle honey, or you're just not going to fucking blow because it comes out soft.
Right.
Already, and then you work it hard. It's total different process, and of learning. Well, most people have issues with the glass. This glass, when it gets liquid, I've noticed over the years that more Pyrex blowers will blow it to where they just barely get it moving, and they'll struggle with it, and finally get it worked in to where I'm just blowing and melting that whole pipe all at once and melting all that color in. And you can see the glass moving. Dude, most of them throw it on the ground at that point because
Yeah,
they
they're
lost
like-
control.
Yeah, right.
But
They're
I
afraid of it.
started out like that
Right.
with a 6-foot fucking punty. So this is like fucking kids' work, is what I'm doing. And I keep up with China and being able to do it so fucking fast because I learned fast techniques.
Okay, well, I saw this thing on the internet.
And I'm not
And
afraid
you know-
to melt that shit down.
You know how the internet is. It shows you things and then you want them. So it showed me this thing. It was a big
Look,
glass
I got a
bowl.
tick now.
I know.
Just
Look,
now.
it was a big glass bowl with water and oil and a wick floating in it.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a lamp. You know, it was like a fucking forever
They had a
fucking
clear
light.
plastic thing that the wick was sticking through. Certain.
Right. There was a little
Yeah.
wick floating,
Little floaty.
a little floaty for the wick. But it was just water and oil.
Yeah.
And it freaking was, a perfect little lamp. But I want the
You don't want to spill that motherfucker.
I want the
You don't.
bowl thing that it was. I just want it to be glass and beautiful.
Well, that's not so hard. I was thinking 3 dogs in the RV might not be the best place for it.
Well, glass
A
is
glass
gonna be
bowl
hard in the
candle.
RV, but someday
Just-
I'll make you a rock garden and we'll
Just
have a
saying.
picnic.
I was like, it's just nice. But patches.
Fuck yeah! Seamus says we're taking out the 2 chairs and we're putting in a dog kennel, big enough for Patches for when we all 3 have to leave.
I said that's actually probably. a
I
good
think
idea.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because that's the only one we need to worry about if we can. Because I've got Tom tied to my bag, and he's gonna sit right there. He ain't gonna pull. He's not gonna do that. And Chico, you can hook to the freaking visor, and that keeps them separate. If we get a baby gate for Tom
Patches will freak out.
in the kennel,
Any given circumstance.
yes. But if she's in a kennel, we might not lose everything we
I
own,
know, that's what I'm saying.
and we can all go sit at freaking Golden Corral.
I think it's a pretty good idea.
I do too. I really thought it was a good idea. Very smart of him
I
to
think
think
we
that.
might want to get a tow on it too.
That we definitely need. We have to have that. And
We just
really,
lost half the storage that I was using for my tools.
well,
with
if
the
we
generator.
if we have a space for some storage and like the tail end, because I have things that I don't need to touch. I
Well,
just
that
don't want
thing's
to get
got
rid
a
of.
huge
Right.
fucking hitch on the back.
Right. So I'm saying we
I
just
give me
need
a drop ball
we
and
could
get me a fucking
one of those trailers that's totally sealed and everything.
little tiny one.
It doesn't even have to be a little tiny one, just a small one, and you could use it for your shop too.
Yeah.
So you're not blowing in the frickin' outdoor.
I know. I'm thinking of gas usage too. I kind of like blowing outdoors.
I know you do. And where you can set that anywhere, right?
It only takes me a couple of days to fill that tank.
Right.
See what I can produce.
I think we're getting there.
Double that, we'll go down and see our board. But,
Are you warming up? Which one you? You warming up that one?
Little guy. I got the repair in there. It's up over 1,000. It's fixing to bust out here soon.
Is it Chad, the guy at the desk? Is that his name? Chad. Okay, I thought so. So he says that they do repairs. Like if somebody buys a piece and it breaks, they'll repair it. I was like, that's.
I got one.
They call you resident glass blowers.
Yep.
I thought that was cool too.
Come we live here. Across the street.
Yeah.
Seeing dog harness. She's not familiar with Patches. Fucking tell her, Glenn. Tell her about Patches.
Tell them about Patches. How much we love her. She's just
That's
special.
funny shit. What's up, civilian? How the hell are you?
Love you. I'm going to the store.
All right, be safe. I gotta shut the door because I can't see you. It's bright outside today. Uh, Talking to my Polly over here. She going to the store for a minute. We finally got generator going today. Nope, Patches is not restaurant broken. She, she is broken though, officially. The Hound Association disassociated themselves years ago, and I have fucking hounds broken. Oh my god, they got the veterinarian report. Too much love. Oh my god. I was just talking to Anna's wife this morning about their dog does the same. Woman took off with my only lighter. Hang on, god damn it. I didn't need to start my torch with something.
Well, it shouldn't because it was his fault. 100% liability is on him. So. The insurance company told me since they claim liability, they gave me the best they gave me like enterprise. I should have a car rental. I've been trying to get it for like the past 2 weeks. Everywhere on the benefit, everything my friends are booked out. No, they won't even allow me to renew. So I'd have to go through a new one. It's the second time I've actually taken something. Yeah, second time over like the course of 5 years. I thought the only reason I actually came is because I was told that I was set up on auto. Not never getting charged for anything. And I can go out of my way to make a payment on that figure on things that are kind of like non-negotiable, like insurance or phone bills, and I won't do all of that. I only do it. Right. the only thing I do auto pay for, the only thing is for insurance. Because I don't want to, that's the one thing I feel like I can't forget. You know, like if I forget my internet, if you like, oh, that internet for the day, then we'll put it back up. Phone bill, same thing. But insurance, you know, when you need it, you fucking need it.
You got that little tail up, she lived like, do like a little skunk. That's funny. We're up over 1,000, Glenn. We're about to melt some fucking magma. We're gonna get some Cricket phones because I need a new phone. This one's just so fucking old and beat up. I drop it at least once a live. It still works though. But the fucking what I was gonna tell you about Smart Talk from fucking Wally World. Don't do it. All right. Look, we bought these plans that said unlimited data, talk, and text. After 10 gigs, apparently they limit your data to where it's like fucking suck ass bitch. So I called up Cricket. I was like, Cricket, I'm pissed off. I said, do you have a limitation on your unlimited? And she's like, no, you got to get a $55 plan, but 2 of them is 90. And I was like, well, that's less than what I'm charge anyways at this point in time. So for 2 lines. And they don't limit their data. So I'm going to go with that. That way we can do fucking lives and shit from the road. And I'm going to get myself one of the fucking camera holder things because I got a rear view fucking mirror thing. Or not mirror, TV. It shows me what's going on in the back. And so if I set it upright, you can watch both front and back. And I'm thinking that might be a good thing to fucking live cast or some shit because, I mean, we're out there on the fucking highway. People are making their own lane sometimes in rush hour. Last night we cruised along. There's an open lane over here, but you see this motherfucker coming. Dude, he was in a little tiny car. He fucking gave us wind when he passed us, man. Wow! He was doing probably 120 on the fucking 70. And I was like, God damn, man, that motherfucker is just flying. But yeah, it might be good to fucking record all that. Just for posterity reasons. But I mean, like, it ain't like we're going too slow. I mean, we're keeping up with traffic and shit. You know what I mean? It's just these fucking people out in these cars that occasionally they do that shit. It's pretty cool to drive like that. You can watch what's coming up behind you real quick. See where all the party lights are. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I have no complaints with that thing. It came with the RV. Hi, Christy. Welcome to the corner. It's an old black and white, but I mean, you know, you don't need color when you're looking behind you. I don't. That's the first time I ever had a fucking rear view camera. It just turns on when it wants to, I think. I got to trace the electric and find out where its fuse is. There's something loose in it. Sometimes it turns on, sometimes it don't. Haven't even looked at it. I didn't realize it worked for like the first few days. Then it started working. It's like, oh, look at that shit. we got some rear view action going on this TV. surprised. It'll work for a day or two and then it won't. So I think there's something, I don't know, inline fuse or something's loose in there. I haven't even tried to look. Grandpa's Pepto Bismol. How you doing, Hack? Hey, Nick. Oh yeah, we got a generator. Water heater works, but I still want to rip it out of there and put in a gas one. It takes too much draw. Probably can't have her AC if the fucking water heater's running. I'm too cheap to hook up to the other side of the generator. I said that's for my kiln. I can't have her getting used to it. And it's running the whole refrigerator too at the moment, um, which is getting cold again. But I need to have that refrigerator serviced and get some more because it's not freon they use; it's ammonia, I believe, in those gas systems like that. But I'm gonna have to do that somewhere outside of Denver when we're heading west here. Nah, someone took out the propane with me and put in a fucking brand new little electric water heater that plugs in at the counter, and I'm all like, why? Why would you do that? I mean, 30 amp service, you got plenty of electric to do that. I've got 30 amp service, but only because 15 of us go into the house and 15 of us go into my kiln. And that's what I got because I knew that would run everything. And yeah, so we got to turn off the air conditioner if she wants hot water. There's a problem there right now. We have to do that at night. It's a nice little tank. It's probably about 2 foot tank. I don't know. It's about a 15, 20 gallon. I'd say probably about 15-gallon fucking hot water. You plug it in and the fucking generator says, whoa. And so I turned off the AC, plugged it in, it worked just fine. So we got hot water. It just it probably can't have AC. And that's pretty important right now. And the computers. God, Seamus got his computer set up on the table and Polly's right next to him. So they're sitting across the fucking table from each other playing games and watching movies all day now. Shep and Bellis, really? Well, thank you, Shepard. So if he's willing to drop fucking dickhead from the roster, I'll go fucking work with him. But I can't work with him as long as he's working with fucking Mr. Nibiru. That's been one of my fiercest moments of fucking truth in this whole thing, Marshall Masters. He's kind of like normal in the marijuana movement. Normal doesn't want it legalized. They're defense lawyers. Marshall just wants money. And a lot of these Nibiru repeaters are modeling after him. And they just repeat and repeat instead of trying to look and learn like y'all have. We We've been lied to too long. I don't want to. If Marshall Masters wants to change his fucking tune and start talking some fucking truth about the moves flipping and everything else, then, I mean, I just can't mix truth with lie. That's what they've done so long. Well, and that's what blows my mind. Nobody even mentions the sun that travels with it. They try to turn it into a sun or a brown dwarf. Or, you can't live on a brown dwarf. It's still a sun. It's basically what fucking horse is almost. He's more like a red sun. He's a little hotter. Nice hack. Yeah, the north sky is just fucking very active. But you know why? You can look at the fucking Earth model. That motherfucker's fucking clockwise all over the fucking North Hemisphere. It shouldn't be do that. Motherfucking Orion's rising up on his back. Motherfucking Winter Hunter is rising on his back. You don't even recognize it at first. I didn't. I was like, yeah, I got to realize, and I'm like, oh shit, fuck, that's Orion's belt sticking the fuck up like that because Orion's on his back. I've been watching it all summer. I'm like, fuck, man. That's Orion rising on his back all summer. Anytime I see it, I'm like, that's it. There's Orion on his back. He's still on his back. It's Orion. He's still about the same time of fucking morning, which is kind of creeping me out. If anybody understands progression of the fucking orbit, we shouldn't have been seeing Orion in the summer. And he ain't changed much to this point in time either. In rise time, which is a little off. I I know Nicholas is like they're fucking doing cartwheels with the moon. It's amazing, you know, right? I mean, yeah. I still can't believe how many years it took to get NASA to even fucking admit a couple of degrees tilt of the Earth's axis. I'm like, fuck. They said that shit happened in the 90s. I'm like, actually, no, it didn't. I could confirm 350 known contacts. I don't even know. They said they fucking saw it about the same time. And that's official fucking Native American. And I know a lot of you saw it around the same time, 2010. And I was like, fuck, I know I didn't miss it that long. And the Inuits even start talking about how we switched 2010. They tried to tell NATO in 2012, hey man. And NATO said, we know, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. And so they shuffled out. But that was actually official news a long time ago, before I was even making videos. Hey, Kat. Congratulations. Look like the Death Star. I've seen a couple of these things way fucking closer than I ever imagined they could be. Even though I've been talking about the Cherokee radiation and its perfect camouflage, I never imagined just how fucking thick that shit is. And, you know, I mean, those of you who've twitched, who've sat and watched this develop over the last year with the oceans turning blue, because they're being permeated with the Cherenkov radiation, which is exactly where we discovered Cherenkov radiation in the cooling waters around nuclear power plants. They glow blue, turquoise, blue, real. And that's what the waters of the ocean are doing. And then all of a sudden, it was a mainstream news thing like 3 or 4 days after we had decided on Twitch that, oh, the ocean waters are turning blue because of cow farts eliminating this certain plankton and it's making it glow blue. Like, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. It's fucking Cherenkov radiation doing that. And all tropical blue everywhere where the water used to be green and shit. I'm like, man. And we got confirmations on the Twitch all over the globe at that point before it even hit mainstream. And we were just sitting here monitoring shit, watching the ionosphere get crunched. All that happened in real time. I hope nobody forgot it because it's a little more today than it was back then. It's not going away until the great day. And I hope that gets reinforced in your head so your heart's ready for this.
I 100% would.
And let me say this for those of you who do know about my bit shoot and the content there that lost me quite a few strikes over here. I wasn't wrong because I was told by a senator who I used to advise, who offered my son, who was turning 18 Friday, and myself a bunker for this very situation upcoming. I am not wrong about Russia, China, and North Korea simultaneously popping off. I'm not wrong about these troops that are being moved into major cities taking up housing at this point in time. These are not mothers, fathers, and children. Those people are being extorted and used as camouflage for what's really being done right now. They turned off the tap water in most Mexican major cities. Look it up. The fires have been burning the fuck out of their homes from the Yucatan to South America to up here. Way worse than we're seeing up here in the fucking rainforests. All their homes are gone. They don't have fentanyl in their fucking pocket. They're looking for water and food at this point. And they're bottling them up on the fucking border using to move troops in. Right now in the White House, they're talking about why the Mar-a-Lago was raided. You saw the video on this channel. And that's the first and only word that I've heard of it until it comes out. They just gave it to you what they're going to give the world. And the world already knows. The hate for you is building every day. Not here. Everywhere but here. Hi, Lord. I'm telling you what they're doing, and you're being set up. I'm not guessing. This is not numbers. This is something I was fucking told. I turned down a goddamn bunker for Seamus and I hope to God at this point that my track record speaks for itself. I can't be guessing at most of the crazy things I say.
Then my bar is low. If they think I'm, you know, well, it sounds like you're questioning me.
Just remain calm and try to educate people on what's going on the best way you can.
For that same reason, I'm not going to
Give
say,
them their mag. You want to know how to heal people? Yourself. Feel the suck. Feel the pressure.
wow, I can really tell just from my little intake that I did.
You got to feel it here. You're grateful to be able to be. I can't believe I have a magnet. Maybe that's it. It builds it. Now you're moving stuff. You put somebody between that and thanking Creator to heal them, you will start feeling the intrusion of their bodies. You'll feel where they have pins between that and bones, and you just shake your fucking hands and you thank Creator, and it gets stronger, and you just get goosebumps. It's that simple. It comes from here, not here. This has to get the fuck out of the way. It's programmed. Reprogram it. There's one way to do it. Practice.
You know me.
I know I'm not doing it. I know this is instantaneously connected to every atom in existence. The Creator is in all of it. 1748 hertz. It ain't no guessing. That's math. I couldn't have done that without help. John, all y'all that brought, like, I found the goosebumps, fingerprints and shit. But I tell them the stem cells, that was all hermetic. These other matters of, I mean, look, the Queen was easy. that wasn't prophecy. And what comes next is, I don't believe it's going to be Charles. That's all I'm going to say. But the matters of what is coming here is why they offered me a bunker for my son and I.
Stir up the water.
I'm not guessing. I'm not doing math. I'm warning you what I was taught. Period.
Since I've been back,
So I don't even know what to do with that, but tell you. Be ready. Listen with this, not these. And look with your fucking eyes. How you doing, Cosmic? Long time no see, y'all. Welcome back to the corner. How are you doing?
Since coming back late July, I have been able to sell that stuff.
Good, Christy. Ground yourself. But be careful, because lightning. And the new fucking crown is set up in Israel, the place of the landing. It's, the UK's not going to be governable for a while. And they're moving the crown. I'm telling you right now, it's moving. And it won't be he who you think it is sitting on the crown. And it's the tablet of destiny. It's the time. Well, I found that out that the throne was not crafted for the queen's fat ass. Instead, the rock that she sits on, called the Tablet of Destiny, that put a fucking nail in the coffin with any question I ever had. Are they still here?
To further set myself up.
Yeah, they're still fucking here.
I live really, really in my early 20s.
It explained real quickly the Crown Vatican DC Corporation, too, pretty clear. I already knew it. We looked at the contracts. Yeah, oh my, changes things, doesn't
$700 that's only $700 a month.
it? The pine cone sits outside the Vatican. The eagle rules over the globe. This with the snake in its mouth. It's the time for turning.
And like, hey, $700
Research. They have to tell you what they're doing, obviously, because they do. They tell us exactly what they're doing here and why.
Personally, my physical safety.
But you got to look at so many sources because there's so many writings. A lot of them correlate the same stories from a different one's version, which is fucking great. I love that shit.
It's just a flimsy fucking piece of shit. I'm trying to get Casey to.
Sitchin's reading
I'll tell you what.
in
the crutch to support me, and then I'll
The Lost Book of Inky, when the planet Heaven, when Nibiru and the sun get near Earth, the axis tilts, making a sky roll. It's Isaiah 24:23 in this fucking nutshell. What sun are they referring to? Ours? We're already near the sun. His own fucking reading says when that fucking planet Heaven and the sun near Earth axis tilts, causing the sky to roll. Thus begins the tribulations of on Earth, not of on Earth. I read it. How in the hell did all these Nibiruers miss that? And every one of them's got it wrong. They also talk about the third son, the Lord of the Suns, the big one. They don't name it Ra. That's Martin. Well, they tell us that in their own language, they didn't know the drawings that we were making. They didn't know the meanings. We had a language. It was unspoken. That which gives us power gives us life. Therefore, they had to separate us. Our magnet gives us life, our soul. And that gives you your power. They can't separate that. See, that's their problem in plain English. They are terrified of what we can do because they don't realize they can do it too. That's why their planet's so fucked up. And that's why our planet's so fucked up. And that's why Creator gave us this language so they can unfuck it. We are telepathic. Everybody. It's instantaneously connected at a distance. It's when you know you're home, you have fucking your dog knows you're home. Almost. Comes to the door, waits for you.
And so at that point,
Yeah, it speaks better than you do. You gotta listen here. And it takes practice. You got a dog practice. I'm sure you're probably pretty close to be a field for your animal. Heal.
Says
It's
we don't have anyone
fucking
registered living
amazing
in this
knowing
apartment.
what what we are.
And there is no Jack that lives here. We're gonna need you guys to leave. And he says, well, I have squatters rights.
Yeah, Nick, we can communicate now. We just got to learn how, man.
It just moved his life in there. Just moved
You
in.
can't lie with the
About 2 weeks
intent.
ago, he asked me, why didn't you receive the mail?
Yeah, that's a part of it. And the programming is a huge part of it.
And now I know why. It's because why he had to ask such a thing. Because he would never.
The programming, fuck. You can't do that. Yeah, you can. You can't do that. Yeah, you can. You just gotta keep saying, yeah, you can. And prove it to yourself. Because you're not gonna fail. Just relax. That's another key. If you're tight in here, your field lines are tight. Be Iswa with your fingers, man. Relax that shit. You got 4 poles. Work with them. Just like any other magnet. 2 poles reciprocating here like that in the fucking accretion disk. And Glenn, he's excited. Calm down, Glenn. Recycling sewer water, yeah, I know, right? Settled out of court, yeah, Nick. Because, yeah, I remember that as a kid. Yeah, connect to the target. Just relax. Relax your field line. It helped me so much. Visualizing is in me. I'm like, oh, it fucking starts breaking down your programming. You're going to start moving shit like water. When you touch people with your field, they'll feel it. When you get goosebumps, they'll feel electric shocks sometimes. Do you have a sore spot on your body? You can feel it. Relax your field lines here. If you're closed, you're not going to receive creator's energy. But you can feel that in your knee. I'm just, you can feel it. You can feel it right in here. You can heal yourself. You can take away pain with the creator's energy, not with yours. It's known. I don't know how to do that. I'm amazed by it. I'm thankful to be able to do it. That is the tone you need to make it happen the best. Because it will just get goosebumps. And your breathing starts. I mean, like your body responds to what is going on. And the charge just builds and it becomes really powerful after a very short amount of time if you're in that mindset with your heart. Um, that's the most effective I've, man. Um, you can take away pain. Sometimes you take away some of the pain, and then the next day the pain's like really subsided. Depends on how bad the pain is. I've found that it like sometimes if you got somebody standing barefoot and you're barefoot, um, push, try to visualize pushing whatever it is out their toes to mom, helping them clear their channels. But they've got to be relaxed for this and do it up and down them and draw in the good from mom and fill them with it and bring it in. Just align it and tell them they'll feel electric shocks and all kinds of shit going on. And then next thing you know, they'll feel better. Barefoot, both of you, and try to do that. That's all I got for you. Creator does the rest because you're made to be that tool. You're created, designed to be that, and you're going to have success. It's Reiki on steroids because you know what makes it work. I've consistently, you've seen me move shit, move water. Well, I move their clothing when I'm doing the Reiki. And consistently, people that have had Reiki and etc. say that's amazing. That's never happened. You have to. They go to school for weeks to learn how to do Reiki. I've looked into it recently. Um, I just taught you how to heal someone, take their pain. 20 minutes. Run you through the bases, tell you how I do it. And you're going to move their clothing too, as creator's energy. When you're bringing, if somebody got back pain, fucking hitting them up like this, and bring them up their body. You're going to see their clothing dance with you, and you know it's working. Well, water's good. Well, practice this. You be a Reiki master in about 30 seconds. It has to come from the heart, yes, Christy. Thank you. It has to. And helping understand the creator, and you're just a conduit, adds to it. It's all about the emotion and the result. Baking soda. Yeah. Fill your heart with love and gratitude for everything, every little moment that doesn't go your way. That's what's kept me sane most of my life. I I can only imagine Tai Chi is pretty good because it's working with your chi. It's a matter of semantics. It's the same thing, but understanding where it comes from still multiplies the effects multiple times. and the effectiveness, because you are then being a voluntary conduit for the right frequency. You're relaxed into it, they're relaxed into it, and all Creator got to do is send you a jolt, sometimes two, a dozen. It took us out of the role of being us. It divides us, Christy. It divides us, just like money. Money divides us, borders divide us, and skin color and religion. What bathroom, sex, or the sexes, all that shit. And it's hard to break that program. But you gotta do it. See, that's the thing about being a straight heart. They really, you can't fake the intent of your heart. You can't fake this frequency. That's the beauty of Creator, the biological entity that is you and all of creation. It's so much more than what we've been allowed to even imagine. And these bonds are going to be broken. These fuckers are going to stop recycling us and judging over souls of men. Creator wants the souls back, and they ain't going to be no next chance. They've been told in their own writings several times. I hope for them to understand where they went wrong and go home and fix their planet. Because planet Heaven happens to be a relative of Mother's, and she feels pretty strongly about that. So I don't. Understanding Creator helps you some days to deal with the atrocities of centuries and understand that the opportunity for creation to grow here with them learning from their mistakes is immense, would outweigh any atrocity done in several manners. There's still a piece of me who wants to chew their necks out. You need to try to bury that, get rid of it. Actually, don't bury it, get rid of it. We've been burying too much shit, get rid of it. What happens is in control by our Creator at the atomic level. It might not taste good, but it needs to go down. Welcome back, Shrimpy. How you doing, bro? Yeah, you gotta love yourself first, B. That means you gotta kill your skeletons. To this day, I'm not sure of anybody who has hung their skeletons out to dry like I have on video form for everybody to see, just so you know who you're messing with. I give live shows 12 hours a day sometimes, showing you my life. I ain't hiding. Because anything I ever did in my past can't tarnish what we found, because this is what we've been looking for. Yeah, we don't need to bury anything. With our old language, you can't lie. You know each other's hearts. And we're getting back to that. We're starting to learn that. These are baby steps. I don't think any of us are a master, and I couldn't wait to meet one. But my best advice is to keep playing and teach me what you learn, because I'm going to teach you what I learned. If if you know anything about magnetic properties, that just gives you a small window into how amazing we really are. Walking on water is definitely not out of the picture. Master that shit. Fly. Repel yourself. You have a magnet. Do it. How? Tell me. I know we can. I've read and seen we can.
I couldn't name a single team.
It comes from the heart, and it's just the way it is. I understand how Creator works magnetically. Electromagnetic. You can't forget the electro. The electromagnetic fucking field is inseparable. When you die, you're just in the electro. You let go of the magnet. You're still there. Yeah, I think they're retiring it. It's an old ship. Yeah, B. And we got to get back to that. That should be our top priority. Figuring out what we can do and how we can do it.
So I'm trying.
Hey, baby, how'd you do? Uh-huh. Thank you. I was like, that woman stole my only lighter. I had to go buy one.
Oh, no, for real.
I did.
Damn it, I'm
I got
sorry.
a green wall.
Cool. That's pretty cool. That's a neat lighter.
How'd your trip go?
Well, it was fine, but they did not have what I wanted. I was looking
Of
for
course
hooks
not.
for that curtain, but there's a Dollar Tree right down the street here, so
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna walk over there.
You want a curtain?
No, I want hooks, actual hooks for our curtains so they stay together and stay
Oh,
back.
those.
Curtains. And I was gonna look for a little magnet for the bathroom. They might be.
I'll install it.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. No, I'm not gonna install anything. I'm going to make the purchase if I can find what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
Velcro might work.
Not for the bathroom door. Maybe for the curtains. But no, I want to take those safety pins down and put actual curtains.
Until we find a damn magnet that'll fit on there.
Right, they may have
Velcro might work. Little spot at the top or something.
I don't know about that. But we'll see.
I don't want to poop in front of the whole highway.
Hopefully we'll get curtains up.
Maybe shower.
We'll get those blinds up. We need one more blind, don't we?
Well, depends on how you're counting.
Really two, because that one is messed up. I think we need to just.
Well, I can dismount the other ones and it came with mounts, right?
Maybe while we're off tomorrow or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about setting that up.
Well,
Now
how's
that
your life going?
How's the fridge doing?
It seems to be cooling. The bag of ice is frozen to the ice.
To the freezer?
Yeah,
Good.
to the freezer. So
Good sign.
seems to be working.
And it's still
Thought that was a good
kicking.
start.
This is, it's now 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Since 11:30.
Yeah. And it's all cool to the touch. So
Might be working.
it's still sitting right where it was. It hasn't
Yeah.
vibrated out of the hoop.
No, but I think that was another thing I was going to say. We should get a chain and a lock so that
Yeah.
we can lock it to the RV.
Yes.
I think that's a good idea. So maybe, I don't know if I'll come across one strong
Well,
enough at
that's-
the fucking Dollar Tree, but Walmart, or we should have thought about it at the Harbor Freight.
No, I did.
You did?
As we were pulling out, I was like, oh, fuck it. I can get a chain anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Long enough we could pull it out of the RV if we
Right.
wanted to.
Right.
Well,
We could use Patches' chain.
we could. I want a big old lock on that
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Definitely.
Nobody walking off with a generator.
Let's see if I can find a lock then.
I had to
Because we have a big long leash for her now.
sell him that 2-year warranty on it.
Hey
He's
man,
like, it's good for fucking parts.
Lightning
as it breaks
strikes.
down,
And
lightning
I'm thinking
strikes. I said,
plasma.
stop right there.
plasma
I said-
webs.
Day 91, that motherfucker get hit by a plasma web, fucking blow up. If I didn't buy that 2-year coverage.
Right. So you're like,
Well, right now that I did for the next 2 years and 90 days, that motherfucker's gonna run every time I crank it.
Yeah. In 90 days. I'm walking
And
down
lightning
the aisle.
ain't getting near it.
I mean, Seamus he's cool and relaxed and playing video games and watching a movie, so I'm sure he's all right. But I want to hurry up and get down there and get back.
Cool.
Make
He
sure everything's
seemed
okay.
he seemed pretty at home.
He's okay.
All right, enjoy the electric. You keep leaving my door open. I can't see what these folks are saying. It's too bright out there. Yes, I know, B. And it just takes a little bit of research and everything. Oh, nothing happened to it. Hi, Mark. We got a generator for it. I was just asking how everything's going. It's our first test fire of the generator. It's going 3.5 hours so far. It takes 3 or 5 gallons. I don't know. I put a bunch of fuel in it this morning. And we got a big 5-gallon gas can for it also. It's full. It's supposed to give off 16 hours running time per tank. So I'm keeping track. I like to know how much wattage I got for how long per gallon. And if it is what they claim, I mean, it's not going to run me much more than my fucking electric bill in Honda. So I was like, okay, that'll work. I kind of like that. It's one of these new fuel efficient ones, and it's kind of quiet. We got it right in the RV, and the RV compartment of where the generator goes. Someone ripped the old one out. We just bought one at a Harbor Freight this morning, and it's got 4,500 amp capacity. Runs about 3,600 on a normal keel. And so I plugged the 30 amp. We got an adapter into the 15 amp. And it's running the AC, the refrigerator, and all the lights, 2 fucking computers and monitors. So they're doing good. But yeah, I wanted to ask how the fridge was doing because it's freezing now. But it works on the electric. I got to get it to kick over to gas. And it's a lot more efficient. And I think if I got it kicked over to gas, the generator would also heat the water with the electric heater. But so far, you have to do that separately with the air conditioner. So we'll have to heat it at night. But we got damn good water pressure. All that going on. I'm loving the fucking cold refrigerator. Well, Christy, I just killed a 10,000 person channel, and some of them are finding me weekly. You're not alone. Censorship killed me. Susie don't like me much. And it's way beyond YouTube. There's one person I can think of that has converted his whole fucking neighborhood to the point that when the new guy moved in, they all converged on his ass and converted him too. And then their families and their family members. And once you start knowing the truth, you got to share it. It's exponential growth. It's how we wake up to watch, one candle at a time. And I've been at it for a while now. We got a few candles lit, and it's well beyond here. Creator wanted this. There's nothing to fucking fear. His timeline is in. We're good. Correction B. We scare them, not me.
When your kid gets out from school, she goes and picks her up, and she hangs out with her for the afternoon.
Damn straight, Daniel. And together, we terrify them. They may have cut the stones, but we moved them.
And that's exactly what I told her. I'm like, look, right now, the judge has
Every magnet adds a fucking chain to the strength of every magnet. There is no more valuable magnet than the next magnet going to be attached to the chain. And it's just as valuable as the rest on the chain. That's how Creator views life. We've been blinded by color and religion and money and sex. Everything else you can fucking imagine.
Because at that point, the kid's considered to be viable for their own family.
That's our true nature. We're cooperative, loving beings. We couldn't survive in nature without being so. I'm a fucking smelly catfish. You know that. Nice. We are at temperature.
I would venture to guess that if Casey had a 2-bedroom apartment,
It's fixing to get hot up in here. We're fixing to listen to some Ray Bradbury. Well, I'm sorry, William Bradbury.
one of the bedrooms being
Uh,
and the other bedroom being for her daughter.
Gods of Eden.
Back to her fucking deadbeat dads every night.
If we was twitching, we'd be jamming the fucking Tool, looking at this wall. But I broke my computer. I'm gonna look around in some pawn shops, see if I can't find a laptop that'll fucking run a live show on Twitch. Cause fuck YouTube. This is my 7th channel with these motherfuckers. They can suck my hairy cock.
Revelation is the first-person account of the author's bizarre meeting.
They don't like truth
He
here.
believed to be Jesus.
Strike me over anything.
Over a period of a day or two, the author also met a number of unusual creatures, which showed him pictures of frightening future events.
I like
I'm
Twitch.
sorry, I just paused there for a minute.
They don't come into my chat and censor what you guys say either in Twitch. You say anything you want. I love that shit. We can listen to anything we want, and we can fucking talk about anything we want. Call me, man.
A bizarre meeting with a strange person he believed to be Jesus over a period of a day or two.
Jesus!
The author also met a number of unusual creatures which showed him pictures of frightening future events. Now,
Motherfucking
the title of
Jesus!
the show was describing this thing that happened to me where I saw this. It was the only time in my life I've ever seen one of those. And I saw an entity, what I described as a demon, a figure in black. I talked about that on the show the other day. Monday evening. And one of our listeners had sent me an email, and this woman had asked me if I'd heard of the shadow people and whatnot. I thought that's what that was. I've heard of the shadow people and all that. But this didn't seem like the shadow people. This seemed more like a demonic entity of some sort. But I have had an experience with these quote-unquote shadow people, and that's what made me think of this, was this line where it says, the author also met a number of unusual creatures that showed him pictures of frightening future events. Well, one time I was under the influence of some hallucinogenic drugs. And they were so good, I can't remember what they were. Mushrooms, acid, I don't know. Ecstasy, who knows. I was under the influence of something. I can't remember. But I do remember this. I was sitting on a patio. It was a balcony. It was overlooking the parking lot. And I could see this, almost this fine layer of mesh between our perceived reality and the non-perceived reality. And I could just see black figures everywhere. And later on, I found out that's what people refer to as the shadow people, what appear to be entities that are around us at all times, of which our senses can't see or perceive, unless in heightened states or in other altered states of consciousness. When I saw these two figures go up to the hood of a truck, and I was just describing this to this young lady who's one of our listeners, Allison. I was explaining to this person that, this whole story is because she mentioned she had an experience where she went into a bar, and it was kind of that, kind of that same thing. She felt like she walked in this bar and felt like everybody in this bar were aliens, And she was the only one that was normal, and everybody was on drugs or something. But I saw these two shadow people walk up to a white pickup truck and rip the hood off of a pickup truck, and then they stretched it out and made like a movie screen out of it. And then they were projecting images of nuclear war and all this different, stuff on the screen in front of me. And so that's why I paused right there. But it was just crazy. I was reading it and I was going, my God, that's almost identical to the experience that I had, of course, under the influence of the hallucinogen. But that doesn't make it any less real, folks. That's another thing we got to understand. Just, we're conditioned also to believe that because we see things or have visions under the influence of hallucinogenic drugs, it makes them any less real. No, that's what those things are there for. You understand? That's why they don't want us using them. That's one of the secrets of the priest class, is using these drugs and these tools naturally found here on Earth. I mean, my God, psilocybin mushrooms, it's a plant. Ergot, which you can synthesize LSD out of, is a fungus. It's bread, mold. These are what they're there for. So it just blew my mind that, this idea of John seeing these creatures. I was just telling that person, one of the listeners, about that. Well, crazy fucking synchronicity, man, I tell you. Where did I leave off here? It said that over a period of a day or two, the author also met a number of unusual creatures which showed him pictures of frightening future events. The author was told by those creatures that Satan, the Antichrist, would take over the world. This will be followed by the final battle of Armageddon, during which the angels of God would battle the forces of Satan. The final battle would bring about the banishment of Satan from human society and the triumphant return, the second coming of Jesus to reign over Earth for 1,000 years. The book of Revelation is written in a wonderfully picturesque manner. It is filled with complex and imaginative symbolism. Because the pictures revealed to John were symbols, Revelation can also be used to predict an imminent end of the world at almost any historical epoch. The prophecy is constructed so that the symbols can be interpreted to represent whatever historical events happen to be occurring at the time in which one is living. This is precisely what has been done with Revelation ever since it appeared, and it is still being done this way today. Yes, by the custodial priest class masters out there. The question is, what caused the author's visions? Was it lunacy, a propensity to tell tall tales, or was it something else? The author seems sincere enough to rule out deceit. His straightforward manner of narration tends to eliminate lunacy as the answer. That leaves something else. The question is, what? Upon analyzing the text of Revelation, we discover something rather remarkable. It appears the author had actually been drugged, and while in that drugged state, were shown pictures in the book by individuals who were wearing costumes and putting on a ceremony for the author's benefit. Let us look at the passages of Revelation which suggest this. John begins his story by telling us that he was at prayer. From a further description, it seems that he was conducting his ritual outdoors during daylight hours. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded behind him. The voice commanded him to write down everything he was about to see or hear and to tell the message to the 7 Christian churches in Asia or Turkey. John turned around to see who was speaking to him. Isn't that interesting? Because in Turkey, wow. Huh. John turned around to see who was speaking to him, and lo and behold, there he saw what he believed to be 7 golden candlesticks. Now, fucking menorah? Never mind. Standing among the candlesticks was a person whom the author described as one who looked like the Son of Man, Jesus, clothed with a garment down to the foot and wearing about the chest a golden girdle. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as flame of fire. And his feet were like fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. And his voice was as the sound of many waters. Sounds like his motherfucker was a robot. And he had in his right hand, a fucking cyborg or something, and he had in his right hand 7 stars. And out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword. And his appearance was like the sun shines in his strength. When I saw him, I fell at his feet as though dead, and he laid his right hand upon me. There are striking similarities between this new Jesus and the space-age angels in earlier biblical stories. The prophet Ezekiel, for example, also had met visitors with feet of brass. The above passage from Revelation suggests that John's Jesus may have been garbed in a one-piece bodysuit extending from the neck down to metal-like boots. The creature's head was described as white like wool and white as snow, indicating an artificial head covering or helmet. John's claim of this creature had a voice as the sound of many waters, that is, rumbling and thunderous, is also reminiscent of Ezekiel's angels and could have been caused by the rumbling of nearby engines or by electronic amplification of the creature's voice. The 2-edged sword protruding from the creature's mouth easily suggests a microphone or a breathing pipe. After John regained his composure, Jesus commanded him to write down the missives that, quote-unquote, Jesus wanted him to send to various Christian churches. See, I see what this is going on. You're connected, right? Yeah. So this thing appeared to John, tricked him into believing he was Jesus, and had him write down this book of Revelation thing, and then that's where the Revelation came from. Again, it was installed into Christianity by the Crusades. I mean, I've always known that, man. I've always known that shit was a fraud, was a lie, was being put there by somebody. God, it all makes, again, I've been saying this the whole time we've been reading it, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? It does. More and more every day. The most interesting phase of John's experience then begins in chapter 4. I looked, and behold, the door was opened in heaven. And the first voice which I heard, which sounded like a trumpet talking with me, said, "Come up here, and I will show you things which must take place hereafter." And immediately I was in the Spirit, and look, a throne was set in heaven, and one creature sat on that throne. And the one who sat looked to me like a jasper and a sardine stone. Jasper and sardine stone. That would be like black and white or black and silver, wouldn't it? jasper and turning. That's odd. And there was a rainbow around the throne looking like an emerald. And all around the throne were 24 seats, and upon the seats I saw 24 elders sitting, clothed in white garments, and they had on their heads crowns of gold. And out of the throne came lightnings and thundering voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. Or the 7 extraterrestrial races, or whatever they are. And therefore the throne, there was a sea of glass like crystal in the midst of the throne, and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes in front and back. So there's these creatures with eyes all over. The above passage can be viewed as the author being taken up through the door of some sort of aircraft and finding himself face to face with its occupants as told by someone incapable of understanding the experience. The book contains 2 especially interesting elements. First, John said that a voice from above sounded like a trumpet talking with him. This strongly suggests a voice bellowing through a loudspeaker. Second, the lightnings and thunderings and voices emitting from the throne suggest that the throne had a television or radio set of some kind. A modern human might well describe the same experience this way. Well, yes, I was lifted up into a rocket ship, and there I confirmed the seated crew in their white jumpsuits and helmets, and they had some radio or TV reception going. The presence of 7 candles and 7 lamps indicates that a ritual had been prepared for the author. The ritual was replete with costumes, theatrics, and sound effects. Sounds like Bohemian Grove, right? Costumes, theatrics, sound effects, Bohemian Grove. All designed to deeply impress the message upon the author. This is what happened when John was shown the first scroll. And I saw in the right hand of the one who sat on the throne a scroll with writing on the inside and on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book and to loosen the seals of it?" And no man in heaven, nor in earth, nor from under the earth was able to open the book, nor to look upon its contents. Under the earth. Notice they reference inner earth beings there. I've heard people talk about that before, but I didn't know exactly, couldn't identify what passage it was from, but there it is right there. I think it happens multiple times. Where they reference, they're obviously referencing entities inside of the earth. I'll read it again. And no man in heaven, nor in earth, meaning the inner earth dwellers, the people that live inside of the earth. And from what I understand, it's referenced several times in the Bible, but I wanted to point that out since we were reading that here, that that's a fine example of them, and nor from under the earth as well. Was able to open the book nor to look upon its contents. And I wept a great deal because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book nor to look upon its contents. And one of the elders said to me, "Weep not. Look, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has succeeded to open the book and to loosen its 7 seals." And I, standing between the throne of the 4 beasts and in the midst of the elders, a lamb in the manner of having been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out to all the earth. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of the one who sat upon the throne. And when he had taken back the book, the 4 beasts and 24 elders fell before the Lamb, each of them holding harps and golden containers full of odors, which are the prayers of saints. And they sung a new song, saying, "You are worthy to take the book and to open the seals of it, for you were slain and have redeemed us to God by your blood from every family, language, people, and nation. And have made us into kings and priests to God, and we shall reign on earth." And I saw and I heard the voice of many angels around the throne of the beasts and the elders, and they numbered 10,000 times 10,000 and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, "Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing." And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, and those that are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, "Blessing and honor and glory and power be to him that sits upon the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever." And the 4 beasts said, "Amen," and the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him that lived forever and ever. The elders continued to fall at dramatic moments throughout the ceremony. Each time they did so, they made quite an impression upon John. among their cries of Amen, Amen, Amen Ra, and Alleluia, or Hallelujah, the author was given the somber task of writing down everything he was being shown and taught. It has been pointed out that the experience John described is identical to mystical ritual, especially of initiation into the teachings of a secret society. For this reason, some people believe that Revelation is actually an account of an initiation ceremony, typical of many brotherhood organizations, typical even today. These observations are quite significant when they are coupled with the evidence that John's experience had an element of space opera. It reveals continued custodial involvement in brotherhood mysticism after the time of Christ and shows custodians to be the ultimate source of apocalyptic doctrines. In the above passage from Revelation, we observe that John reacted with strong emotions to what was going on around him. He was especially prone to weeping on relatively little provocation. He seemed unable to distinguish between ritual and apparent reality. Oh, yeah. So the ritual, that's when the ritual becomes real. You know, the entities and the energy comes out. He couldn't determine what was ritual or real. Oh, yeah. That's a good sign. This raises questions about his mental state. No, man, not really. He saw some shit. It probably fucked him up when you see, think about people out in the ancient times when they see people in, with high technology. Yeah, it probably blew his mind out. A careful reading of Revelation indicates that John's mind may have been influenced by drugs and administered to him by the creatures. That's what I was telling you earlier. Isn't that interesting? I'm talking about my experience, 10 years ago or whatever it was, being under the influence of hallucinations and seeing, these creatures showing me visions on a screen of, nuclear weapons and stuff going off. And it says right here, the custodians gave John hallucinogenic drugs. Well, ABC News reported a few years ago that Moses was tripping balls on DMT, ayahuasca, because there was evidence that was used by Moses, and it's found, all the alkaloids are found right around Mount Sinai. So yeah, he couldn't tell what was reality and what wasn't, and couldn't tell the difference between the ritual and reality, because in the ritual, he was tripping fucking balls. And you see this, and it sets quite a pattern for the idea of the custodians or extraterrestrials or gods or spirits or whatever else transferring information to humans through these different psychoactive compounds like psilocybin, mescaline, LSD, etc. Specifically ones that are found naturally occurring on the planet like ergots and fungus and the rest of it. The author was apparently outdoors again, preparing to memorialize the latest revelations, when an angel flew down from the sky holding something in his hand. And the voice which I heard from heaven spoke to me again and said, "Go and take the little scroll which is upon the hand of the angel, which stands upon the sea upon the earth." And I went to the angel and said to him, "Give me your little scroll." And he said, "And take it and eat it. It will make your belly bitter. It will be in your mouth as sweet as honey." And I took the little scroll out of the angel's hand and I ate it up. And it was in my mouth, sweet as honey, and I had eaten it, and my belly was bitter.
Antifreeze.
And he said to me, "You must preach again before many peoples and nations and tongues and kings." Most Christians believe that the little scroll offered to John was an actual document,
to make your belly bitter.
the contents of which the author magically came to know by eating the scroll. He ate the scroll, which was dun 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 dun, bum bum ba-da-dum, bum 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 ba-da-dum, bum. Little white rabbit for you. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, he was trying. Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, he ate it, and when he ate it, he had information transmitted to him. Hello? It's called shamanism. Maybe you've heard of it. Our clue that it was probably paper or something else saturated with the drug. Oh, shit, they didn't give him the good shit. They gave him fucking water or something, didn't they? That's fucking closed down. Oh, just give John some water, man. That's good, man. That's for fries, man. He's never done this shit anyway. God damn, don't give me any liquid. Fuck. Interestingly, the drug was sweet to the taste, but caused a bitter reaction in the stomach. Interestingly, an almost identical experience has been reported by Ezekiel.
And
When I looked, a hand of an angel was put before me, and the scroll was in it. And he spread it before me, and it had writing inside and out. And there were written lamentations and mourning and woe. Additionally, he said to me, Son of man, eat what you are finding. Eat this scroll and go to speak to the house of Israel. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that scroll. And he said to me, Son of man, make your belly eat, and fill your bowels with this scroll that I give you. Or maybe this is like that from Battleship Earth or Battlefield Earth or something, you know? Remember when Travolta thinks that the humans like to eat rats, raw rats, because it's all they get, and he's like, oh, the rats, oh, the rat brains, they like to eat rats. That's a treat for them. Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe these idiot custodians were, thought that we like to eat paper or something. Then I ate it. I know I'm aware of this. I'm gonna get 20 emails and people are gonna go, it's being symbolic. Yes, I'm aware. Don't send me goddamn emails saying, this wasn't really eating paper, it's symbolic. Yes, I know. I'm making a joke. Thank you. Then I ate it, and it was in my mouth as sweet as honey. And he said to me, Son of man, go get yourself over to the house of Israel and speak my words to them. Yeah. Here, eat this drug. Let me get inside of your mind and put my thoughts and my words inside of your brain. When you get done with that, I need you to go over to the people of Israel and go preach this to them. Okay? Thanks. My God. All of this shit was set up by extraterrestrials. All of this shit was set up to keep us in control and to keep us to do what they want us to do.
Yep. Very much.
Many people mistakenly believe that John actually saw the future historical events he prophesied in Revelation. It has been pointed out by Christian and non-Christian scholars alike that John's visions of the future were surprisingly simply illustrated down and drawn on scrolls. This is especially evident in John's vision of the creature with 7 heads and 10 horns. As I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads blasphemous names. The fact that the actual words blasphemous names were written upon the heads of this creature revealed that John was looking at an illustration with labels, much like an old-fashioned political cartoon. Although the author does not specifically say that many other visions on the scrolls were labeled in a similar fashion. There can be no doubt that as literature, the book of Revelation is a colorful, dramatic, and hard-hitting work. As the basis for a religious philosophy, however, it has all the pitfalls of the apocalypses which came before it. As we shall see, the prophecy made in Revelation has been fulfilled at least a half dozen times in world history, complete with global catastrophe followed by second comings. Not once has this brought about 1,000 years of peace and spiritual salvation. All it has done is set the stage for the next catastrophe. Today, as we stand on a massive nuclear powder keg, perhaps it is time to reevaluate the usefulness of apocalyptic belief before the world is plunged into yet another final battle. Yes, spiritual salvation and 1,000 years of peace are well worth having and are long overdue. But there is no need to pay the price of an Armageddon to achieve this. So that's the end of chapter 13 there. The next chapter is chapter 14, the plagues of Justinian. As we leave the time of Jesus and enter the AD years, history becomes firmer and personalities come to better focus. Documentation is better, even so, the same historical patterns we have studied continue undiminished. To those who find what we have looked at thus, let me start that over. To those who find what we've looked at thus far completely unbelievable, I can only share that feeling with full empathy. The view of history I am presenting seems to demand an understanding that the factors which lie at the bottom of human turmoil may be extremely bizarre factors. Perhaps that is why they have never been resolved. I would agree with that 100%. 100% I agree with that statement. The factors which lie at the bottom of human turmoil may be extremely bizarre factors. Yeah, they are. I'll tell you that. That's one thing that I can tell you with all certainty. I may not be able to define, and none of us can. Nobody out there can yet. We just don't have all the information.
We do.
So none of us can really clearly define what is controlling and running this whole thing. But you know what? We have enough evidence, and I think just about any researcher out there, unless they were a complete priest class minion, you'd be hard pressed to find too many researchers who wouldn't agree with the fact that they found in their own research with whatever topics it may be that there is something a lot more sinister and a lot more dark and a lot more negative and nasty than just, this easy explanation of Jews and bankers and,
That's the
priests and pedophiles and all this stuff. You understand what I mean? I mean, I think I don't think I've ever come across a researcher that I've ever met or talked to that hadn't said that yeah, we know this much, we know up to this point, but there definitely is something darker and more sinister that's really running this whole show. What that is and what it entails, none of us really know at this point.
I do. You're reading about it.
But it's really it really is just the way it is, and it's exactly a great way of describing it. So, after the lifetime of Jesus, the Christian church grew rapidly.
The queen was sitting on a throne that was not fashioned for her fat ass. It was fashioned for the tablet of destiny.
Jesus had not failed entirely.
How you doing, Scott?
That they could achieve spiritual salvation by acquiring knowledge and by engaging in ethical conduct and burdening themselves.
The motherfucking tablet's destiny, motherfuckers. Fucking hot in the dungeon.
Given the benign character of the early Christian church, it did not need a harsh code of ethics. The severest punishment a person could suffer in most Christian sects at that time was excommunication, i.e., being kicked out. That was considered a very severe punishment. However, because an individual was considered
4 hours. That's what I thought. I'm gonna have to go check on the generator. They're texting me.
Was obliged to do everything he could to appeal to a person's reason before excommunicating him. The
I think it's out of
primary cause
gas.
Excommunication was criminal.
It said 16 hours. I'm
behavior.
sitting there like, oh, that's
For about the first 300 years of
Be
its
back.
existence, Christianity remained an unofficial religion and was often persecuted. A number of political leaders eventually became converts, and under them, Christianity began to change. The Unitarian Foundation, created by Jesus, eroded as Christianity became more political. The political transformation of Christianity got its first big push in the West Roman Empire with the Christian conversion of its ruler Constantine I the Great. A number of historians believe that Constantine was already leaning in the direction of becoming a Christian because his father was a monotheist. Contemporaries of Constantine have noted, however, that Constantine's true conversion came as a result of a reported vision he had in 312 AD. Several different accounts have been recorded of that vision, according to Socrates, who wrote about it in the 5th century AD. And he was marching at the head of his troops. A fraternal vision transcending all description appeared to him. In fact, about that time of the day, when the sun, having passed the meridian, began to decline toward the west, he saw a pillar of light in the form of a cross on which was inscribed, "In this conquer." Boom! Bingo! Zip, zam, zip! Bingo, motherfucker! That right there. That moment right there. And to see Bramley tie that in with the custodial rulers, oh, that's key. Oh, that's really key. Key piece of info right there. Yes, in this sign conquer. That is the moment. That is the genesis. That is when religion was combined with the priest class and combined with genocide and murder and bloodshed and the Templars and of course the Crusades, on and on and on after that, and then into the modern day of what we have now. With those forefathers that originated from that are now in the Council for National Policy, now in the Jesuit order. You see how this has happened? That's why Blackwater's over there calling their Humvees and all that stuff the Templar 1 and Templar 2 and all this stuff. It's unbelievable. That's a key moment in history right there, folks. We need to be paying attention to this. In this sign, conquer. That's when you started to see the appearance of the cross. That is the meaning it took from that point on. And people who wear the crosses and whatnot, they wear them because they are agents of that original particular mindset. And it's the people in these bloodlines, these ones that were put in positions of power by the custodians to be the rulers of earth, the ones that were the original priest class. These are the ones that executed every plan and have created history all around us. They've been there at every major event throughout history. And they were all over the assassination of Lincoln and also all over the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And guess what, Bubba? That's why I've been asking everybody to support us these past few months so I can get this movie done the way I want it to be, because all that's going to be in the new film. We got fingerprints all over. Man, reading this, tell you what. In the West, he saw a pillar of light in the form of a cross, and down in a pillar of light in the form of a cross. That's very interesting, because in the Dominican Republic, this is absolutely sure you can look this up. In the Dominican Republic, the Knights of Malta, the sovereign military of Malta, paid for a building to be constructed down there. It's called the Pharaoh of Colon. Pharaoh of Colon. Pharaoh A-C-O-L-O-N, Pharaoh of Colon. It is a cross-shaped building with no windows. The the Sovereign Military of Malta paid for it to be constructed there in the Dominican Republic. The locals talk about hearing screams and blood sacrifice being done inside. And at night, guess what it does? It emits a pillar of light into the sky in the form of a cross. And when I saw this thing, I was like, aliens built that thing. Aliens built that thing. That was I don't know why, and I had no proof of that, and still don't, but when I first saw that, the Pharaoh Colon, my immediate thing was that was built by extraterrestrials. There's just no way it isn't. And so reading this now, it's sort of just unbelievable that that especially when you think about the fact that the Knights of Malta paid for this thing to be created. I mean, this thing is saying, I'm dropping some pictures in the chat room for you, for those of you who haven't ever seen this thing. It's just an unbelievable sight. So again, yeah, for that to be, yeah. Let's continue on here. The pillar of light thing, yeah, that just got me. So he saw a pillar of light in the form of a cross on which was inscribed, "In this sign conquer." The appearance of the sign struck him with amazement, and doubting his own eyes, he asked those around him if they could see what he did. And as they unanimously declared that they could, the emperor's mind was strengthened by this divine and miraculous apparition. On the following night, while he slept, he saw Christ, who directed him to make a standard flag according to the pattern he had been shown, and to use it against his enemies as a guarantee of victory. Obedient to the divine command, he had a standard made in the form of a cross, which is preserved in the palace until this day, right there. The sign of Rome was put on the flag as a sign of conquering. And that's what it's been meant to do, to conquer the other bloodlines that were spread out throughout the planet, to conquer them, so that only the white Anglo-Saxon, the whites that were put in positions of kingship, will rule the planet, and allowing them to do away with everybody else. This is where eugenics and the CMP and the white nationalists and all that stuff come into play. This is why, where who knows the most about this Anunnaki stuff and all this? Who knows most of that? Go look at websites like Stormfront, the neo-Nazis. They know about this 7 ways to Sunday. I've looked at their forums before. They know all about the Anunnaki. They know about all this stuff because they believe that that's what proves the whole idea of the Aryan race. They know all about this stuff, man. And then these guys will go on radio shows and go, "Oh, I don't talk about that Anunnaki stuff. That's crap." Yeah, right. Knowing you know full well about it, you little white supremacist turds. Let's see where I left off here. The truth of Constantine's vision is disputed by those who would attribute it to mere legend making. Others might make the view of the aerial cross as an unusual reflection of the setting sun, followed by a dream. Some theorists might even argue that it was another manifestation of the UFO phenomenon with its continuing links to apocalyptic religion. Whatever the truth of the story is, Constantine's purported vision of a bright light in the sky, followed by the appearance of Jesus the next night, is stated to be the event which pushed Constantine into the arms of apocalyptic Christianity. He issued the famous Edict of Milan 1 year later. The edict officially granted tolerance to the Christian religion within the Roman Empire, ending the almost 3 centuries of Roman persecution. Constantine was responsible for other significant changes to Christianity. It was he who convened and often attended the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. At that time, many Christians, such as the Gnostics, strongly resisted efforts by Constantine and others to deify Jesus. The Gnostics simply saw Jesus as an honest spiritual teacher. The Nicene Council met in large part to put an end to such resistance and to create divine images of Jesus. With this purpose in mind, the Council created the famous Nicene Creed, which made belief in Jesus as the Son of God a cornerstone of Christian faith. To enforce these often unpopular tenets, Constantine put the power of the state at the disposal of the newly Romanized Christian Church. Constantine's reign was notable for another achievement. It marked the beginning of the European Middle Ages. Constantine is credited with laying the foundation for medieval serfdom and feudalism that they are reinitiating right now as we speak. As in the Hindu caste system, Constantine made most occupations hereditary. He decreed that the colony, a class of tenant fanners, were to be permanently attached to the soil on which they lived. Constantine Romanized Christianity. Yeah, somebody in my chat room the other day was saying it was Eric. Electro-Freak. He was saying, oh yeah, Ted Turner, he may not be a bad guy after all. I saw on TV the other day, and he has all these cattle farms and these horse farms. He owns all this land. Yeah, he owns an ungodly amount of land. He owns a stretch of land that starts at fucking the Mexico border and goes all the way up to Montana to the Canadian border. He said he bought all that so he could ride his horse from one border to the other. I think it'd still be on his own land. Unbelievable, that guy. And so he was saying, oh, maybe he's not a bad guy after all. He's paying these farmers to, live on his land and take care of his horses and cattle and stuff. And I go, you understand that's feudalism, right? That's the definition of feudalism. That's the definition of serfdom. When you live on land that you don't own, yet you take care of it and raise it and everything else for somebody else's benefit, that's serfdom. And it goes back to, the purveyors of this modern world system. And his oppressive feudalism caused Christianity to move sharply away from the surviving maverick teachings of Jesus into a nearly complete custodial system. Exactly. When it got Romanized, when the Romans came in, they took Christianity and turned it from a maverick, renegade teaching that was for the people. They took Christianity, co-opted it, and turned it into this priest-class custodial creation that we know of today. That's what modern-day Christianity is. As time progressed and official changes to Christian doctrine continued to be made, 2 new crimes emerged: heresy, speaking out against established dogma, and paganism, not adhering to Christianity at all. Even though, that was prior to ever being created, there was paganism, and it stole so many things from it. We won't talk about that. We'll talk about that more around Easter. In the earliest days of the church, Christian leaders felt that people could only be made Christians by appealing to their reason, and that no one could be or should be forced. After Constantine, leaders of the new Roman orthodoxies took an entirely different view. They demanded obedience as a matter of law and belief on the basis of faith alone rather than reason. With those changes came new punishments. No longer was excommunication the severest penalty of the church, although it was still practiced. Physical and economic sanctions were also applied. Many devoted Christians became victimized by the new laws when they would not agree to the new Roman orthodoxies. Those victims correctly saw that the church was moving away from Jesus' true teachings. The new Christian teachings were given a great boost at the end of the 4th century AD by East Roman Emperor Theodius I. Theodius issued at least 18 laws aimed at punishing those people who rejected the doctrines established by the Nicene Council. He made Christianity the official state religion and closed down many pagan temples by force. He ordered Christian armies to burn down the famous Alexandrian Library, which was a world book depository and center of learning. The Alexandrian Library contained priceless historical, scientific, and literary records from all over the world gathered over a period of 700 years. Although some of the library had already been ravaged by earlier wars, the destruction of Theodosius' army obliterated what remained. Because most of the documents were one of a kind, a great deal of recorded history and learning was lost. Matters continued to worsen. By the middle of the 6th century AD, the death penalty came to be used against heretics and pagans. A campaign of genocide was ordered by the East Roman Emperor Justinian to more quickly establish the Christian orthodoxies. In Byzantine alone, an estimated 100,000 people were murdered. Again, as soon as these Romans came in, as soon as they came in and took it over, this is what you started to see. You started to see it become the priest class that it is today. They got passed down, and these pastors started initiating bloodshed and genocide immediately. Immediately. And everybody out there that calls himself Christian, maybe even some of you out there in our listening audience, it just seemed to not understand that and get that. Understand that when those of us trying to expose Christianity and what it is today, that this is why. Not that we're against the teachings of Jesus, not that we don't think that those teachings, even though it may be from a person that never existed, aren't good core teachings, some of them, and blah, blah, this, that, and the other. We just don't know. We don't have all the information. I've said this for the longest time. I don't think we have enough information to say we should believe in Jesus or shouldn't believe in Jesus. Because honestly, we just don't have enough information. We don't know everything he believed. We don't know everything he taught. We haven't been given that. We just don't have all the information. So I think it's foolish to one way or the other say, I believe that this person is the Messiah. But we shouldn't believe in any Messiahs anyway. You should believe that Jesus and God and all the energies in the universe are something that all of us are a part of. And there is no separation between any of us. You come across very few universal truths, but I believe that is one. Under Justinian, the hunting of heretics became a frequent activity, and the practice of burning heretics at the stake began. Justinian also introduced more changes to Christian doctrine. He convened the Second Synod of Constantinople in 553 AD, and the synod was neither attended nor apparently sanctioned by the Pope in Rome. At that time, in fact, many of the changes to Christian doctrine in the Eastern Roman Empire had not yet reached the papacy, although they eventually would. The Second Synod issued a decree banning the doctrine of past lifetimes or reincarnation, even though the doctrine was important. It was an important one to Jesus. There you go again. Bloodshed, restricting of knowledge, priest class, Rome. All roads, ladies and gentlemen, lead to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. There's another one for your anagram machine. Nerd out on that one for a while. Oh my God, but that's a laundry list. It's true though. All roads lead to Rome. In all research, no matter what the topic is, no matter where it goes, no matter what it is, all roads always lead to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Every time. Every time. That's why. Everything in our world that we even see as problems can be originated back to these events that we're talking about right here. Can you see that? It's true. It was all over for us once this stuff that we're talking about right now came in. If anyone assert the fabulous pre-existence of souls and shall submit to the monstrous doctrine that follows from it, let him be excommunicated. In deference to that decree, all but very veiled references to pre-existence were taken out of the Bible. Belief in pre-existence was declared heresy. This suppression was enforced throughout the Western Christian world and in its sciences. The idea of personal pre-existence still remains to a very large degree Western religious and scientific heresy. Christianity was shaped into a powerful institution under the East Roman emperors. True to the pattern of history, Romanized Christianity was another brotherhood faction that could be counted on to do battle with other brotherhood factions, thereby helping to generate nonstop warfare between human beings. Another perfect way of putting it. The new Orthodox Christianity was placed in opposition to all other religions, including the East Roman mystery schools, which Justinian banned. We have just observed a snowballing of historical events triggered by Constantine's vision. This period marked one of mankind's end-of-the-world episodes, highlighted by religious visions, cataclysmic genocides, and the creation of a new world social order, promising but not delivering a utopia. Another important end-of-the-world element was also present. A massive plague struck, accompanied by reports of unusual aerial phenomena. Between 540 AD and 592 AD, let me stop right there for a minute. By the way, a lot of people believe that what they're talking about there when it's straight plague, because there was mass UFO sightings around the time of the Great Plague, and a lot of people believe that was genocide and that was depopulation programs being conducted by extraterrestrials because of the sights and unusual lights in the skies and stuff like that. It's very possible. A lot of people believe that's what the chemtrails are. And why, even with certain zoom cameras, you can't always see a plane. You can just see a trail. It's true. Between 540 AD and 592 AD, when Justinian was carrying out his Christian reforms, a bubonic plague engulfed the East Roman Empire and spread to Europe. The epidemic began just inside Justinian's realm, and so it was named Justinian's Plague. Justinian's Plague was one of the most devastating plagues of history, and many people at the time believed it to be punishment from God. In fact, the word plague comes from the Latin word for blood or wound. Plague has been nicknamed God's disease, or a blow or a wound from God. One reason people thought plague to be from God was the frequent appearance of unusual aerial phenomena in conjunction with outbreaks of the plague. One chronicler of Justinian plagues was the famous historian Gregory of Tours, who documented a number of unusual events from the plague years. Gregory reports that just before Justinian's plague invaded the region of France in 567 AD, 3 or 4 brilliant lights appeared around the sun and the heavens and appeared to be on fire. This may have been a natural sundog effect, however, other unusual celestial phenomena were also seen in the area. Another historian reported a similar event 23 years later in another part of France, Avignon. Strange sights were reported in the city and around the ground, and was sometimes as brightly illuminated as the night as in the day. Shortly thereafter, a disastrous outbreak of the plague occurred here. Gregory reported a sighting in Rome consisting of an immense dragon which floated through the sky and down the city and down to the sea, followed by a severe outbreak of the plague immediately thereafter. Such reports chillingly suggest the unthinkable. That Justinian's plague was caused by biological warfare agents spread by custodial aircraft. It would be a repetition of similar plagues, however, the custodians were invisible. That's why they took on the name of the Watchers. They were hidden behind brotherhood secrecy and veils of religious myth, yet they were apparently no less concerned about keeping their slave race oppressed. And they're, in my opinion, the people that are in charge today are the progenitors of that. We will see a great deal more evidence of UFO activity associated with plagues in the up-and-coming chapter on the Black Death. According to apocalyptic prophecy, an event like Justinian's plague is supposed to herald the coming of a new Messiah or a messenger from God. Sure enough, such a figure did arrive. His name was Muhammad. He was born during Justinian's reign at a time when the plague was still raging. Proclaimed in adulthood as the new savior, Muhammad became the leader of a new monotheistic apocalyptic religion, Islam. Like Moses and Jesus before him, Muhammad appears to have been a sincere man, but his new religion nevertheless became a faction which created new religious issues for people to endlessly fight over. Like Moses and Jesus, Muhammad was supported by the corrupted brotherhood. That's the end of chapter 14. The next chapter is entitled Muhammad. Chapter 15, Muhammad. Here from William Brownlee's God's Meaning. Let's jump right into that tonight. Muhammad was born circa 570 AD. As with Jesus, there are gaping holes in the life history of Muhammad, especially in regard to his childhood and early adulthood. To fill in the gap, some historians hypothesize that Muhammad was an orphan who had been shunned about among relatives during his youth. It is known that at age 25, he married a wealthy widow, and some biographers believe that he worked as a tradesman in her business for the next 15 years, although that is not entirely certain. At age 40, Muhammad suddenly emerged as a religious prophet and the leader of a powerful new religious movement. According to Muhammad's own statements, his religious mission was triggered by an apparition. The vision occurred outside a secluded cave to which Muhammad would frequently retire for prayer and contemplation. The apparition was an angel bearing a message from Muhammad to spread. This was not just any angel, however. It called itself Gabriel, one of the most important of the Christian angels. Muhammad described the meeting in these words: "The Quran is no other than a revelation revealed to him. When terrible in power taught it to him, endued him with wisdom. With even balance stood he in the highest part of the horizon. Then he came nearer and approached and was at a distance of 2 bows and even closer. And he revealed to his servant what he revealed." The Quran repeats this story. That is the word of an illustrious messenger enduring with power, having influence with the Lord of the throne, obeyed there by angels, faithful to his trust, and your compatriot is not one possessed by jinn. And the jinn, J-I-N-N, are spirits. That's what they put inside. That's where genies come from. The jinn are the spirits that they put inside of the genie bottles. That's what those are. And that's what horrified me once I finally saw the footage. Because after years and years and years of talking about, the break-in to the Iraq National Museum after the invasion of Baghdad in 2003, where they stole all the ancient artifacts. Well, I tell you what, seeing that video from BBC, I mean, there's actual BBC footage, folks. I've seen it where they show them breaking into the vault, special forces, our troops. And when they break open the door and they go inside, there's just thousands of those genie bottles everywhere. And I start thinking, oh my God. Did they go in there and let all these fucking spirits loose? It's crazy. Muhammad was either semi-conscious or in a trance when the angel Gabriel ordered him to recite and record his message that the angel was about to give him. The angel's command to Muhammad was much like the old commands given earlier in the history books to Ezekiel of the Old Testament and to John of the book of Revelation by similar custodial personnel. When Muhammad awoke, it seemed to him that the angel's words were inscribed upon his heart. This is significant, for it suggests that Muhammad, like Ezekiel, John, and perhaps even Constantine, had been drugged and mentally tampered with so that the message would be more firmly implanted in his mind. Trauma-based mind control. And I've never really thought about it, but if you that kind of makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? That these messianic figures were, chosen by the custodians of the extraterrestrials or what have you, and then, possibly taken up into a ship and subjected to all sorts of trauma-based mind control experiments to which, then all of a sudden they become the harbingers and the sort of bringer abouts of these religions that were created by these custodial masters. Wow. Never really thought about it like that, but that does make a lot of sense. And because again, as of the macrocosm, so the microcosm, as above, so below. I mean, where do you think where do you think our rulers are going to do this at? That's why they're the progeny of these people. And we know that they are because of our knowledge of the bloodlines. You see how crazy this is? This is why reading this book has been so important. It is so important for us to do here on the radio show because Again, it's all these little things that fill in the blanks for us. The message given to Muhammad was a new religion called Islam, which means surrender. Followers must surrender to God. Members of Muhammad's faith are therefore called Muslims, which comes from the word Muslim, one who submits. In Islam was one more custodial religion designed to instill abject obedience in humans. The supreme being of the Islam faith is named Allah. And it says, it's amazing. It says right there in the Quran that Allah comes from Sirius. I mean, it just straight up says it. They don't hide it or anything. Right there in the Quran, folks, it says Allah comes from Sirius. I mean, my God. What more do you need? The supreme being of the Islam faith is named Allah, who is said by Muhammad to be the same God as the Jewish and Christian Jehovah. Two key themes of the Quran are its day of judgment prophecy and its fire and brimstone depiction of hell. Muhammad honored Moses and Jesus and Allah's two previous messengers and proclaimed Islam to be the third and final revelation from God. It was therefore the duty of all Jews and Christians to convert to Islam. Hebrews and Christians tended to be less than cooperative with Muhammad's demand. After all, they had been warned in their own apocalyptic writings about the dangers of false prophets. Again, pitting us against each other. Divide and conquer. They've been doing this since the beginning of time, and they're still doing it right now today with new names for the operation. And now they call it, teabaggers, or now they call it the truth movement, whatever have you. The result has been one of the bloodiest fighting in world history. And again, that's proven. That's the importance of the CMP information right there. Tracing it back to the priest class, back to the Jesuit order, because it traces it back to these same very people. Like so many custodial religions before, Islam did not allow people the luxury of choosing whether or not to become adherents. Muhammad embarked on a program of conquest to make it clear which way the choice was to go. Using the tactics of a Girolmoso, the divinely inspired Muhammad raised an army and set off to convert unfaithful ones, infidels, to his faith. Muhammad's apocalyptic army cut a wide, bloody swath through most of the Middle East, including important Christian centers. The militant Muslim empire eventually stretched as far as east as India, where elements of Islam were incorporated into the Hindu religion. Untold lives were lost during the Islamic conquest because the Islamic armies were prone to commit fearsome genocides as a part of their mission to bring utopia to mankind. To most infidel Christians, Muslims were nothing more than savage heathens, non-believers. This set up an inevitable conflict into which millions of people would be dragged. 500 years after the death of Muhammad, the Christian world launched a coordinated military effort to force the Muslims out of the Holy Land. That effort is known as the Crusades, and as you know, the Crusades 2.0 are going on right now as we speak. The Christian Crusades to free Palestine from the Muslims took place between 1099 and 1270 AD. Skirmishes and minor battles between Christians and Muslims had broken out before, but it was a call to arms by Pope Urban II in 1095 that finally turned those skirmishes into organized war, involving nearly every Christian ruler of Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Christians enlisted in the Crusades after being promised religious blessings, fiefdoms, and spoils of conquest. Volunteers came from nearly every social class. For many serfs and peasants, the papal call to arms represented a way to escape feudal lords and perhaps to return as wealthy heroes. I mean, that's a fascinating statement, isn't it? Because doesn't that kind of sound similar to the people who were calling for armed conflict and people who were calling for violent revolution and these phony revolutions being perpetrated by the patriot movement, truth movement, that kind of thing? Let me read that again. Volunteers came from nearly every social class. For many serfs and peasants, the papal call to arms represented a way to escape feudal lords and perhaps to return as wealthy heroes. Again, you see how this is being perpetrated yet again in just a different way, with a different name, a different face today. The Crusades got off to a good but bloody start. The Christians captured Jerusalem in the summer of 1099, and although the knights and peasants who marched under Christian banners were extolled to practice high virtues and chivalry, they frequently degenerated into butchery and other acts of viciousness. When the Crusaders took Jerusalem in 1099, they murdered many of the non-Christian survivors in a slaughter that claimed the lives of more than 10,000 victims. Not only were the Crusaders killing Muslims, they were also killing Jews who were considered by many Christians to be as heathen as the Muslims. The slaughter of Jews began even before the First Crusade to the Holy Land in that year of 1095. Christian factions started murdering Jews in Europe. A genocidal wave in the German Rhineland was the first major episode. It was sparked by unsubstantiated rumors that Rhineland Jews were using Christian children in their religious sacrifices. Obliterating the Jews became an important element of the Crusades. And the massacres continued even after the Crusades to Jerusalem had ended. The Crusades had another important effect on Europe. Several decades before the launching of the First Crusade, Pope Gregory VII had attempted to put the Roman Catholic Church under greater centralized control. Prior to Gregory's effort, the Catholic Church in Europe was a loosely knit organization run primarily by non-clergymen, the type of organization envisioned by Christianity's earliest founders. After Pope Urban II ascended to the papacy and rallied all good Christians to fight the unholy Muslims, Christian princes and supporters began pledging allegiance directly to the Pope, thereby hastening the centralization effort to the Pope, and then which was attempted earlier by Pope Gregory VII. The power of the Roman papacy increased. As the holy wars dragged on, growing numbers of people proclaimed their papal loyalty. Behind the Crusades lay the Brotherhood. Absolutely. The Christian Crusaders were led primarily by two powerful knight organizations within intimate brotherhood ties: the Knights Hospitaller and the Knights of the Temple. The Knights Templar. Oh no, I'm not a Knight of Malta. I'm a Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem. Yeah. Thank you for what you dumbass. And we wouldn't figure out the same goddamn thing. Yeah, I'm not a Knight of Malta. I'm a Knight of St. John of Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem. My God, yeah, that's me. Bunch of funny assholes. You guys are so done. At what point do we officially stick a fork in you? Because I'm ready to eat. And you guys are done. The Knights Hospitaller were so named because they operated a hospital in Jerusalem to help pilgrims in distress. The Hospitallers began operations in the year 1048 as a charitable order. Their purpose was aid and comfort. When the First Crusaders successfully captured the Holy City, the Hospitallers began to receive generous financial support from the wealthy Crusaders. In the year 1118, 70 years after their founding, the Knights Hospitaller underwent a change of leadership in purpose. They were made into a military order dedicated to fighting the Muslims who were continually trying to recapture Jerusalem. With a change of purpose came a change in name. The Hospitallers were variously called the Order of Knights Hospitaller of St. John, the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, or simply the Knights of St. John. The Hospitallers had named themselves after John, son of the King of Cyprus. John had gone to Jerusalem to aid Christian pilgrims and knights. There is some doubt as to whether the Hospitallers were founded as a brotherhood organization. They reportedly did not function as one at the outset. However, they soon became affiliated with the Brotherhood network by adopting Brotherhood traditions and titles. They became ruled by a Grand Master and developed secret rites and rituals. By 1119, 1 year after the Hospitallers had become a fighting order, the Templar Knights were in existence. The Templars originally called themselves the Order of the Poor Knights of Christ because they took solemn vows of poverty. Their name was later changed to the Knights of the Temple. After they were housed near the site where Solomon's Temple had once stood, although the Templars and Hospitallers had a common enemy in the Muslims, the two Christian organizations became bitter rivals. The Templar Knights began their existence as a branch of the Brotherhood. They practiced a deep mystical tradition, and used many Brotherhood titles, notably Grandmaster. Like the Hospitaller Knights and Templars, the Templars received a large sum of money from well-to-do Christian crusaders. The Templars thereby became enormously wealthy and were able to transform themselves into an international banking house during the 12th and 13th centuries. The Templars loaned large sums of money to European kings, princes, merchants, and to at least one Muslim leader. Most of the Templars' riches were stored in strong rooms in their Paris and London temples, causing those cities to become leading financial centers. After the fall of Jerusalem and the final victory of the Muslims in 1291, the fortunes of both knightly orders changed. The Knights of St. John were forced to flee the Holy Land. They took up residence on a succession of islands during the ensuing centuries. With the changes of location came changes in names. They became the Knights of Rhodes after moving to the island of Rhodes, and of course, bloodline, the Cecil Rhodes Roundtables. They were the Knights of Malta when they moved to that island and ruled it. So right there, that's the key piece of info everybody wondered. Oh, now, Lynn Horowitz says, oh, I'm not a Knight of Malta, I'm a Knight of St. John of Jerusalem. So right there is that little piece of evidence everybody's been waiting for. And you just heard it. The Knights of St. John, the Hospitallers, moved to the little island of Malta, and that's when they became the Knights of Malta. So again, one more nail in the coffin there of Dr. Lynn Horowitz and his, well, I'm not a Knight of Malta, I'm a Knight of St. John of Jerusalem. Yep, that's me. Yeah, nice try, asshat. You're busted, you're done. Next. While in Malta, the Knights became a major military and naval power in the Mediterranean until their defeat in 1789 by Napoleon. After enjoying temporary protection under Russian Emperor Paul I, the Knights of Malta had their headquarters moved to Rome in 1834 by Pope Leo VIII. Today they are known as the Sovereign and Military Order of Malta, the SMOM. And they have the unusual distinction of being the world's smallest nation. Located in a walled enclave in central Rome, Sovereign Military Order of Malta still retains its status as a sovereign state. Although new Grand Masters of the Order must be approved by the Pope, the Sovereign Military Order of Malta runs hospitals, clinics, and leper colonies throughout the world, and it also gives active assistance to anti-communist causes and is surprisingly influential in political, business, and intelligence circles today, despite its small size. And you see, you read something like that, and you figure out why this book has been largely ignored by the truth paper community. Really, because it's all in here. And it all, again, I've said this before since we've been reading this, and I'm going to say it again. This explains to me 100% for years why Alex Jones and others have always told us, no, don't look into that. That's a distraction. Focus on the bankers and focus on Ron Paul and all this over here in the Constitution, but don't look into this information. Don't look into the extraterrestrial stuff. Don't look into that. Well, this is why. Because it's intimately connected to the people whose asses he's covering. It's just it's all right there. If you ignore it anymore, you're with them. And you're covering their ass too. The Templar Knights did not fare as well as the Hospitallers after the Crusades. They were forced to flee with the Hospitallers to the island of Cyprus, whereupon the Templars split up and returned to their many Templar houses in Europe. The Templars came under heavy criticism for their failure to save the Holy Land, and rumors circulated that they engaged in heresy and immorality. Accusations were made that the Templars spat on the cross during their initiations and forced members to engage in homosexual acts. By 1307, the Templar controversy had become so strong that Philip IV, the Fair of France, ordered the arrest of all Templars within his dominion and used torture to extract confessions. 5 years later, the Pope dissolved the Templar order by papal decree. Many Templars were executed, including Grand Master Jacques de Molay, who was publicly burned at the stake on March 11th, 311, 1314, in front of the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. Nearly all Templar properties were confiscated and turned over to the Hospitaller Knights. The long and intense rivalry between the Hospitallers and the Templars had finally come to an end. The Hospitallers emerged as the victors. Their victory could not have occurred at a more fortuitous time, for there had been serious discussion within papal circles about merging the two orders, a plan which would have been completely unacceptable to both. Despite the downfall of the Templar Knights, the organization managed to survive. According to Freemasonic historian Albert
You got
Mackey,
5 minutes,
the
Glenn.
Knights Templar were given a home in Portugal by King Dennis after their banishment from the rest of the Catholic Empire. In Portugal, the Templars were granted their usual rights and privileges. They wore the same costumes and they were governed by the same rules they had before. The decree which re-established the Templars in Portugal stated that they were in that country to be rehabilitated. Pope Clement V approved the rehabilitation plan and issued a bull, an official proclamation commanding that the Templars change their name to the Knights of Christ. The Templars, or the Knights of Christ, also changed the cross on their uniform from the 8-pointed Maltese cross to the official Latin
So I needed to
cross.
put gas in it. I'd only had a couple gallons in it. We're sitting on a tilt. It wasn't out of
The
gas,
Knights of Christ controlled
but
the
the
Portuguese
tilt made
possessions
it
of the
think it was
Indies.
out of gas.
Subsequent Portuguese monarchs expanded the Knights' proprietorship to any new countries which with the Knight might discover. The Knights of Christ became so powerful, reports Albert Mackey, that several Portuguese kings felt compelled to curtail the Knights' influence by taking over the Grand Master position. The Knights of Christ survived under Portuguese sponsorship until well into the 18th century, at which time the Templars re-emerged and took on a renewed importance in the stirring political affairs of Europe, as we shall see later. There was a third Christian Knight organization during the Crusades worth mentioning, the Titanic Knights. The Teutonic Knights were originally called the Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. Mary of the Teutons in Jerusalem. Well, yeah, obviously you want to shorten that down. God damn. Seriously, these people didn't know how to make anything short back then, did they? The Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. Mary of the Teutons in Jerusalem. The Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. Mary of the Teutons in Jerusalem. Boy, I'd be interested to see what our friend who's been doing all the anagrams would have to do about that one. Like the Hospitallers, the Teutonic Knights started as a charitable order. They operated a hospital in Jerusalem that aid Christians making pilgrimages to the Holy Land. In March 1198, the Teutonic Knights were given the rank of the Order of Knights, which made them into a fighting order. Like the Templars, the Teutonic Knights lived a semi-monastic lifestyle, practicing initiation rites, and were ruled by a Grand Master. The Teutonic Knights permitted only 2 times pilgrims to become members. They also used a great deal of the Hospitallers and Templars. During the Crusades, the Brotherhood military organizations were valiantly leading Christian armies to fight the Muslims. Other groups in the Brotherhood network were rallying Muslims to battle the Christians. Of the several Brotherhood branches promoting the cause of Islam, one is of particular interest to us, the sect of Assassins. Muhammad died in 632 AD. A struggle immediately ensued over who was to become his successor. This caused the Islamic religion to break apart into compelling sects, each having its own ideas about who was to succeed Muhammad. One such Islamic faction was Shia, which adhered to a strong end-of-the-world tradition. Shiites believed in the millennium, a day of judgment followed by 1,000 years of peace and a spiritual salvation. Eventually, the Shia sect itself split apart. One faction emerged from the Shia split with the Ismaili sect, which gave birth to the Assassins. The Ismailis broke away from the other Shiites in the 8th century. The Ismaili sect was a brotherhood secret society with a lodge system similar to Freemasonry and to other brotherhood organizations. The Ismaili Grand Lodge was situated in Cairo, where it practiced step-by-step initiation with all of the attendant symbols and mysteries. Led by Grand Master, the Ismailis promulgated a very strong apocalyptic message complete with the promise of a coming Messiah. One Ismaili Lodge member was a man named Hassan I-Sabah. Mr. Savant's wickedness conversion came about as a result of a severe and dangerous illness during which he believed that God had purged him and given him a spiritual rebirth. In 1078, the Grand Lodge in Cairo, Mr. Savant asked the Islamic Caliph for permission to spread the Islamic gospel in Persia. The Caliph granted Mr. Savant's request on the condition that Savant agreed to support the cause of the son Nizar as the next Caliph. Savant sent the reveal and named his new Islamic branch the Crusades. After the Caliph's son, it was not long, however, before Mr. Savant's branch became known by its more famous name,
We'll see how
the
that goes.
Assassins.
Look good. Then we got to cut it off.
The Assassins are usually referred to as a religious sect. They were more accurately a secret society. According to Masonic historian Albert Mackey, the Assassins adopted the
Happy
organizational
420.
structure of the Ismailis. The Assassins practiced step-by-step initiations and possessed a secret mystical doctrine.
Cheers.
Mr. Mackey adds that the Assassins appear to have
We'll get some
practiced
more water. I'll
three
be
of
right
the
back.
very same fraternal degrees used in Freemasonry today: apprentice, fellow, and master. Right. Well, that goes right. Well, of course, because that goes back to the Babylonian mystery religions, Mr. Brainway. The Assassins had a religious code similar to the Hospitaller Titanic Knights. Now, this goes way, way, way back. That idea of it's the Trinity again. It's Osiris, Isis, Horus. It's the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. It's the Trinity. That goes back way, way, way back. It's almost always been there. So it didn't just appear out of nowhere. It's not just some sort of weird coincidence that the Assassins would use that same thing. Because again, if they were a Brotherhood organization, then that means that they would follow what the Brotherhood had always done. The Brotherhood had always had that sort of that trinity of adept, student, and master, apprentice, fellow, and master. And of course, that's often depicted inside of Masonic lodges. In fact, there's up in Guthrie, Oklahoma, they have the largest Freemasonic cathedral in the world. And inside they have these 3 stained glass windows. I have pictures of them actually because I'm up there. And they're priceless. The insurance company won't even insure them, and that's what they depict. They depict the apprentice, the fellow, and the master. Fascinating paintings of stained glass. They're one of a kind. There's no other ones like them in the world, and they're absolutely priceless works of art. They're
Cheers.
absolutely amazing too. A distinguishing
I'm still working
feature
on the whole from this morning.
of the assassin organization was its use of drugs, primarily hashish. Yeah, this is what Michael Tassari refers to as bong-smoking Shiva worshippers. Oh man, I almost spit Fruit Loops all over the fucking computer screen the first time I heard that shit. That was so funny. Sorry, he fucking cracks me up, man. He's too funny. Bong-smoking Shiva worshippers. That's fucking greatness. Primarily, she's for mystical and other purposes. In fact, the word assassin comes from the word hashishian, which means users of hashish.
Hashish. Yep.
Hi, I'm a hashishian. Are you a hashishian? All right. Well, I'm a hashishian.
I like hashish.
Hashishian man. Six female hashishian. To regular on the front area. Read the common manuscripts with, yes. Hashishian.
Good cold water. All right.
The Assassins and several other Brotherhood groups in history extol the virtues of mind-altering pharmaceuticals as a way to achieve mystical enlightenment. Well, these guys don't sound that bad.
At this point, I am waiting on the kill.
The Assassins were also a fighting organization with an army. Grandmaster Sabah chose a fortress located high in the northern mountains of Iran for the headquarters of his new group. The Assassin fortress was known as Alamut, which means eagle's teaching or the eagle's nest. The Assassins became a formidable military and political power in the region and eventually controlled other fortresses in Persia and Syria. The Assassins feuded with other Muslim organizations and fought against the Knights Templar and other Christian armies during the Crusades. To help win its feuds and wars, the Assassins developed a deadly tool for which they became famous and feared: the tool of the Roman assassin. And the one that Rome would have done before. Most people today are painfully aware of the phenomenon of the so-called lone assassin. This is usually a young man in his 20s or 30s who is driven by crazed delusions, and he displays little or no concern for his own safety as he murders an important leader in broad daylight in public and in front of witnesses. The feeling has tremendous shock value and it can greatly affect the political direction of a nation. So they've been doing this forever. Many people believe that so-called lone assassins are products of our modern age. It is quite amusing to read ponderous psychiatric tomes to that effect. In truth, the lone assassin has been a political institution for over 700 years, if not longer. And I gotta give it up. Give it up. Come on, give it up. Give it up. Give it up for Bradley right there. That's good work. That's good work, because that's absolutely true. And oftentimes people, especially conspiratorial or Jim Mars didn't point that out in Crossfire. You know what I mean? I'm going to give a point on that. That's an excellent point. Excellent point. I'm glad you put that in there and said that the way you did, because, how come other researchers who were talking about Kennedy, and Lawrence Athens, and Patsies, and Oswald, how come they never bring that up? The lone assassin has been a political institution for over 700 years, if not longer. Amen to that. 700 years ago, however, no pretense was made that the lone assassins acted alone as is done today. Back then, the lone assassin was known to be an effective and terrifying tool of political and social control. It was a technique used by the assassin organization to win its wars, increase its political influence, destroy its enemies, and enlarge its coffers by extortion. How did the assassin sect get young men to commit the murders? It is not easy to make people kill each other, especially when the murderer is likely to be caught and slain himself. The assassin organization had an effective method for overcoming this natural resistance and programming young men to kill. One of the earliest people to describe the assassin programming technique was Marco Polo, the famous European traveler in the 13th century who wrote a best-selling book about his journeys. Although Mr. Polo was accused by a few people in his own time of fabricating stories, subsequent investigation has verified nearly everything he described in his famous book. According to Mr. Polo, a portion of the assassin fortress in Albert had been converted into a beautiful secret garden fashioned after the paradise described in Muhammad's visions of heaven. The garden grew almost every imaginable type of fruit and was watered with streams of wine, milk, and honey. The palaces were beautifully ornamented and had a company of musicians. If certain young men in the region showed promise as potential murderers, they were drugged, usually with opium or hashish, called both, and taken to the secret garden. They were pampered for a few days and nothing was denied them, including women. They were then drugged again and returned to their homes. Well, it doesn't sound half bad. They give you a bunch of drugs, they take you over with a bunch of bitches, they give you more drugs, and they take you home. Well, great. Where do we sign up? Oh, by the way, it kind of sounds like what they did in the 9/11 hijackers, doesn't it? Really, seriously. I'm not even trying to be funny. I mean, think about it. I mean, they tell us that these guys were out, at titty clubs the night before, to flying airplanes, and they just leaving Qurans laying around titty bars and shit. Maybe it's, If you only get 10,000 business, you must get the titty. And you must leave the Quran behind in the titty bar. And not for anyone else, I'm not going to be The young men that the assassin leaders had transported them to heaven and back, eager to return the young men to gladly follow instructions of their assassin leaders. The heaven for enemies were often told that a return to paradise lay in boldly assassinating the targeted enemy leader. The young assassin was instructed to wait in a public place and struck down the victim with a dagger as the victim passed by. Because the young assassins would often be killed on the spot or later be executed, they were made to believe that the death at the scene of the crime or by later execution will result in a return to the paradise they remember. The notoriety of the assassins spread. It was rumored that some European kings were paying tribute to the assassins to avoid becoming targets. Although the extent of the assassin activity in Europe is still debated today, Some historians assert that the assassins focused most of their deadly practices on the conflicts going on in the Middle East. The assassins became famous far and wide as a result, and all people who attempt the murder of a political leader have come to be known as assassins or users of hashish. Although most modern assassins have not been hashish users, many have shown evidence of considerable mental tampering, which will be discussed near the end of this book. By the end of the 13th century, the Mongols had overrun the Middle East and had destroyed major assassin strongholds. Interestingly, the Mongols were also inspired by mystical beliefs. The assassins managed to survive the onslaught, and they exist today. Modern assassin sects are reported to be peaceably settled in India, Iran, and Syria. The titular head is Aga Khan, who is the spiritual leader of all Ismailians worldwide. The Ismailians were estimated to number at about 20 million people as of today. As of 1840, the Aga Khans had been operating out of India because of an unsuccessful rebellion in 1838 of Aga Khan I against the Persian Shah. When the rebellion failed, Britain offered sanctuary to the Aga Khan in India, which was recent Aga Khans have received educations at Oxford, Harvard, and in Switzerland. The Aga Khans have also gained a place in the international banking community through their establishment of a central bank in Damascus, Lebanon. That is unbelievable stuff. Whew. That's who the fuck these guys are. You know, when they were telling us that. I mean, I don't hear Jonesy talking about that. These assassins, let me tell you something, the bankers are assassins, folks. Okay? These people are offshore. They're offshore assassins, folks. Because I know them. You're going to have to call Ted, man. He's some shit out of gold for you, man. It's I'm telling you what. I mean, really, though, my goodness, that's kind of an important piece of information. My goodness. Man, again, it just proves these conservative bastards are the ones that sell the banks, they sell the religion, they sell everything. Use all these proxies to do it. Political dummy corporations. It may be a coincidence that lone assassins arose as an important phenomenon in the United States just about the time that Aga Khan I was establishing a relationship with the British in the early 19th century. The first known lone assassin to strike a U.S. president did so in 1835. The intended victim was Andrew Jackson, who was, interestingly, a member of the Knights Templar organization in America. Since then, U.S. presidents have been the targets of lone assassins every 10 to 20 years. Many other Western leaders and public figures have all that the assassins.
I didn't know who made it.
It says behind modern lone assassin episodes, it is clear that their technique has been picked up and used by influential political sources within Brotherhood connections in the Western world, as I shall discuss more fully in a later chapter. As we have seen, the Crusade era witnessed the birth of institutions which still affect us today. To the list, we can add two famous Christian orders, the Franciscans and the Dominicans.
We're fixing pieces over here at Rigs for Us. Colfax Denver.
Spot used by ancient Egyptian Brotherhood priests at El Onarara. The Franciscans appear to be
week next week.
The Dominicans, on the other
My son's 18th birthday. We're going to be having a party up in here because it'd be legal to have them up in here.
The Catholic Inquisition. The medieval Inquisition has been universally condemned as one of the most oppressive institutions ever developed. It was known for its tortures and zealous excesses. The Inquisition arose out of an effort by Pope Innocent II to stamp out a large heretical sect in the south of France.
Right now, he's chilling
as
in
the
the AC.
Albigensians. Innocent II had
Popcorn.
called for a special crusade in 1208 to enter France and wipe out the sect. The 5-year war which ensued devastated the region. 10 years later, a new pope, Gregory IV, continued the action, and he placed the Dominicans in charge of investigating the Albigensians. Gregory gave the Dominican order full legal power to name and condemn all surviving heretics. Out of this campaign grew the full inhuman machinery of the Catholic Inquisition, which sought to stamp out heresy of every type.
Peeking on.
The Inquisition generated a fearful climate of intellectual and spiritual repression in Europe. You know, it just dawned on me. I bet William Graham was a Freemason. It makes a difference. I mean, I'll still have them all either way. I don't think I'll ask him if he's a Freemason, but man, I wouldn't change it. I really wouldn't change what I think about it. I wonder if he is, though. Some of the stuff I'm reading this and going, man, because he's definitely not one of these, you know, priest class Jesuit, you know, typical conspiracy bozos. He's definitely, because man, the stuff that he's talking about in this is way off the plantation, you know, getting into naming the stuff that, I mean, this, wow. And again, you know, I think it's why a lot of this stuff has been relegated to this fringe, because I mean, it really does. You sort of peel the onion back on who's really in control and how far it goes back, doesn't it? The Inquisition generated a fearful climate of intellectual and spiritual oppression in Europe for the next 600 years. Hearsay, innuendo, and honest intellectual disagreement led many decent people to the torture rack and also death by burning. The social scars are still visible today in the instinctive fear so many people have of expressing non-conforming ideas. The Inquisition helped breed a social reaction of violence to non-conforming ideas that the world has not yet fully escaped. It is clear that the Christian church has undergone many changes by the time the Crusades ended. The church is no longer the humanitarian, decentralized religion envisioned by Jesus. The new Catholic Church, headquartered in Rome, has succumbed to the reforms of the East Roman emperors. It was a religion Jesus would have deplored. Fortunately, after the demise of the Inquisition, the Catholic Church began to improve, and it has many good qualities today. Well, maybe I'll take that away and set it out for him. He is a we'll have them all. It should be a good show. That's just a staggering statement. I mean, maybe that's a joke. I mean, that's a staggering. This guy just went on a fucking 18-page tirade, just taking a knife and just jutting the Catholics right up the middle. And then he puts the motherfucking cherry and left on top of it and says the Catholic Church began to improve and it has many good qualities today. That's gotta be a bit just blowing smoke, right? I mean, seriously. Do they have good qualities today? Maybe I will ask you about that. You said that Catholic Church has really good qualities. You know, if you can name for us in my audience right now what those good qualities are, and I'd like to have a discussion about that. I think that's a pretty good question. How about you? Perhaps the most significant event of the Crusades does not involve the waging of war, the programming of assassins, or the creation of an inquisition. It entails the making of a peace. In the year 1228, German Emperor Frederick II led a crusade to Jerusalem. Frederick was not in good graces with the Pope at the time, and Frederick has been described as a strange, secular-minded, highly educated prince. A smart enemy of the papacy on political grounds who had acquired by marriage the title of what was left of the kingdom of Jerusalem. Frederick's fight with Pope Gregory had begun only 1 year before his trip to Jerusalem. The conflict between Frederick and Pope Gregory centered about the issue of centralized papal power. Frederick opposed it, and Gregory was striving to hasten. This dispute caused Frederick to be put under sentence of excommunication. The sentence finally carried out in 1245. While under the sentence, but not yet excommunicated, the unrepentant Frederick journeyed to his kingdom in Jerusalem at the head of his own crusade. Despite a deep involvement with the Titanic Knights, Frederick II proved on that trip that he could be a man of peace. Instead of prolonging war with Muslims, Frederick negotiated a peace treaty. He apparently felt that it was in everyone's best interest to end the religious strife, and that is precisely what he did. Frederick accomplished this feat by negotiating with the reigning Muslim leader, Sultan Camille. Within a year of starting his talks with the Sultan, without the approval of the Pope, Frederick concluded a treaty signed in 1229 that gave Jerusalem back to the Christians for 10 years, provided that the Christians did not arm themselves. The arrangement worked. Using negotiation and appeals to reason, Frederick had accomplished in one short trip what the popes had claimed they were trying to do for almost 130 years of warfare and blood. Under Frederick's treaty, Christians were free to inhabit Jerusalem and make pilgrimages there, and the Muslims were free from the threat posed by the Christian army. Many Christian and Muslim leaders were not at all happy with this agreement, however, for Frederick had set it up, leaving both parties indignant at so peaceful a settlement when the truce finally ran out in 1239, the Holy War was resumed. We might legitimately ask, why was Frederick's treaty not extended or similar when negotiated? What purpose was served by diving into 70 additional years of bloody warfare? The Christians wound up losing the Holy Land altogether. So often we hear that wars are a product of basic human nature, yet in one peace effort, we saw 130 years of raging conflict end with the effort of one man appealing to the reason and cooperation of another man, resulting in peace for the duration of the treaty. See, that is a clear-cut case. That's a perfect example of why they use divide and conquer, why they use phony left-right paradigm, why they use race, color, sexual orientation, whatever have you, to divide us. Because that situation described right there proves that human beings, mankind, left to their own devices, left untampered, left without a hierarchy, left without religion, control, any of this stuff, can come together and live together in peace. It proves that. It completely dispels that myth that as he stated here, that, you know, oh, we're just basically built to suffer. You know, like it says in the Matrix, you know, the first Matrix we built was a utopia, and the second one we built because we discovered that human beings love suffering. That's a falsehood. That's a lie. They want us to believe that. The power structure, the hierarchy, the priest class, the government, call them what you will. They are the ones that drive wedges between us. They are the ones that try to get us in holy wars and uprisings and revolutions and all. You understand, revolutions don't happen with man killing man. That's not a revolution. Anybody that ever tries to tell you that a revolution is man killing man is working for these sons of bitches.
Yep.
They need us to kill each other so they don't have to do it.
Yep.
They make us divided. This is more proof than ever that we need to come together as a people. We can exist. We can do it. The only thing standing in our way is them.
Yep.
And all we have to do is stand together as a people.
Good.
And say, look, we don't need you anymore.
What we do?
We're throwing you motherfuckers out. Get out of here. The people have taken over. It can be done, but they lie to us and tell us that no. We're all the problem. We need to kill each other. I mean, it's just no question. The whole idea now of who's really in charge of what we deem the new ruler of the planet or everything else, there's just no question. We have been ruled over by people who lied and said they were gods.
Yep.
And said they were gods only because they had advanced technology. We are lining up to do the same thing all over again. Can't you see it? There you are in England. We see that the ability of people to have peace is as strong, if not stronger, than a desire for war. What then drove Muslims and Christians to slaughter one another over a trivial bit of dry real estate? One answer to this question may be found in what the Muslims and Christians thought they were ultimately fighting for. Their spiritual knowledge, their spiritual salvation and freedom. They believed by fighting and perhaps even dying gloriously for their faith, they were guaranteed eternal salvation. History has clearly demonstrated that the drive for spiritual freedom is so strong that it can override any human drive, including the urge for physical self-preservation. At some point, People will sacrifice their own physical existences and even the physical survival of loved ones if they believe that the sacrifice will ensure their spiritual integrity or that it will bring about their spiritual salvation. When genuine spiritual knowledge is distorted, if the desire for spiritual salvation continues to be stimulated, a great many people can be led into doing a great many stupid things.
Yep.
One important step to solving the problem of war, then, is to achieve a true understanding of the Spirit and an actual way to its rehabilitation. When we look at the spiritual practices of the Christian Knights and the Muslim Ismailis, we discover that participation in warfare was often exalted as a spiritual quest. Warriors on both sides were inspired by corrupted brotherhood mysticisms, which taught that spiritual rewards could be earned by engaging in military endeavors against fellow human beings. This was the mythology of the spiritually noble war in which gallant soldiers were promised eternal salvation and a place in heaven for fighting a noble cause. Let me get a drink here. This mythology still remains vital today for recruiting people to participate in continued warfare. It twists the urge for spiritual freedom into an honoring of war. What is war then, if not a noble quest? Analyzed down to its most basic components, warfare is nothing more than the act of causing solid objects to destructively collide with other solid objects. That might sometimes be fun, but there's not much spiritual benefit to be derived from constantly engaging them. While it is true that war has many elements of a game, the destructive nature of war causes it to be little more than a series of criminal acts, primarily arson, battery, and murder. This reveals something of great significance. War is the institutionalization of criminality. Let me say that for you one more time. War is the institutionalization of criminality. War can never bring about spiritual improvement because criminality is one of the main causes of mental and spiritual deterioration. Societies which exalt criminal action as a noble quest will suffer a rapid deterioration in the mental and spiritual condition of their inhabitants. Now, America, are you listening? Let me get that one to you one more time. Societies which exalt criminal actions as a noble quest will suffer a rapid deterioration in the mental and spiritual condition of their inhabitants. My God, look at our fucking country since 9/11. Since the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. Look at the mental deterioration going on. Because of these phony fucking puppet leaders that believe they're on a crusade. And Bush called it a crusade. It will take time to continue this one. The order in the chaos, chaos in the order, but we're here. It's a crusade. Spiritual doctrines which exalt combat are doctrines which degrade the human race. It is not warfare in pursuit of the just cause for big things. The biggest problem of using violence for to fight for a cause is that the rules of force operate on completely different principles than do the principles of right and wrong. The victorious use of violent force depends upon skills that have nothing to do with whether or not one's cause is a just one. The man who can draw his picture the fastest is not necessarily the man with the best ideas. We, like our heroes, when they can outshoot or can overpower the bad guys, and there's nothing wrong with their being able to do so, but not always our heroes can. Those who have a legitimate cause should therefore be wary of the temptation to assert the rightness of their beliefs in the arena of violent force, since their cause may undeservedly lose. There are many effective methods to promote good causes and make them win, but those methods are seldom used in a world educated to use violence as the ultimate court of appeal. The Crusades and other religious conflicts have often been fueled by the issue of who is a true Messiah and who is not. Passions can run strong on this topic. It therefore behooves us at this time to discuss what a Messiah might or might not be. Chapter 16, Messiahs and Means. In a global civilization such as ours, where spiritual knowledge and freedom appear to have been tampered with, there would obviously be a place for someone to develop a useful and understandable body of knowledge about the spirit and the spirit relationship to the universe. Because verifiable spiritual phenomena seem to be consistent from person to person from time to time, it is probable that all spiritual realities are rooted in consistent laws and axioms, just like astronomy or physics. If someone were to discover and methodically outline those laws and axioms, he or she would be doing a great service. Such discoveries could open up a whole new science. Would a person who did this be a Messiah?
No. Fuck no.
Promises of a
Oh,
Messiah
Jesus,
have
I take
been
it back.
forged by a great many religions, both
I
magic
didn't
and
fucking discover
custodian.
shit.
The word Messiah has had several teachings,
Fuck you,
from simply
Josh.
teacher to liberator.
Oh,
A
my
Messiah
God,
could be
tricked me.
anyone from a person who develops a successful science of the spirit to someone who is actually able to spiritually liberate the human race. Throughout history, there have been thousands of people claiming to be a Messiah, or they have been given the label by others, even if they did not claim it themselves. Some messianic claims are usually based upon prophecies recorded earlier in history, such as the Buddhist Maitreya legend, the second coming prophecy of the Book of Revelation, the apocalyptic teachings of Zoroaster, or the Hebrew prophecies. Many people look at all messianic claims with outright skepticism.
Hot, baby.
Others become avid followers of a leader whom they believe to be the fulfillment of a religious prophecy. This raises the question, has there ever been or will there ever be a genuine Messiah? How would anybody identify such a person? Anyone who successfully develops a functional science of the spirit would obviously have a legitimate
It
claim
isn't
to the
one,
title
it's
of Messiah in
all,
the teacher's
Josh.
sense. There is nothing mystical or apocalyptic about this.
Hey, you ain't
A
waiting
person
on no
makes some
motherfucker.
discoveries and shares them.
I ain't the guy.
If this knowledge becomes widely
It's all
known and
right.
results in widespread spiritual salvation, then we enter the realm of the liberator or the prophesied Messiah. How do we identify such a liberator when there exist so many different prophecies with so many different ways to interpret them? The answer is simple.
What now?
The would-be liberator must succeed. That person must earn the title. It is not God-given. This is a terribly cold and uncompromising way of looking at it. It strips away the magic and mysticism normally associated with messianic prophecy. It forces any person who will claim the title of Messiah to actually bring about peace and spiritual salvation.
Phone cleaner talking
Because
to
such a
you.
prophecy is not going to be fulfilled unless someone causes it to happen.
Hey, Lily.
This compels the would-be liberator to fully overcome the overwhelming obstacles which act against these universal goals.
You do.
This is one of the most unbelievable tasks
We all
any
do.
person could ever hope to undertake. He need only look at past liberators to appreciate the long, hard road that such a person has traveled. To date, no one has succeeded,
Feel
but it is
yourself.
certainly a challenge worthy of the best talents. When most people envision a Messiah, they see a person dressed in spotless white who thinks, speaks, and behaves balls.
Balls.
Okay.
They don't expect
Yeah,
anybody to
take
cuss
it
them.
easy
I'll tell you that, I'll tell you that. Jesus don't like
So
your
I'm reading this,
language.
and I go, this PDF I have is fucked up. Anybody
I don't
else
need it.
got a decent PDF that has pages
Can you tell?
168 through 172?
Pretty
Because
nice
the copy I'm reading here cuts off page 168 and drops to page 173, and there's none the rest of it. This is not acceptable. So I'll sit here for a minute and look at the chat. If anybody in the chat room, go to the chat room and put a copy that has
Well, 3 hole in the bowl.
pages 168 to page 172, and it's in
Dark
PDF
red,
format in the chat room. That would be
livery.
great.
Marble in it.
Well, and again, that happened. Well, it happened with one of the chapters, but I found out from a listener it was just Bible verse or something. So it wasn't pertinent info. But this is like 4 pages. And yours has missing pages too. Man, that's weird. I mean, it makes me feel like people are editing out certain chapters, and then those are the only ones that are available online. Well, that's weird. Anybody? Bueller? I can't do the whole chapter that goes from page 158 to page 173. Because it goes 58, 69, and then it cuts off. And then the next chapter I have is chapter 17, page 173, so obviously that's not the other 50. I think we have a reading here. You're right. Besides the names, no, actually, nice try. This is the same as mine. Yeah, it cuts off and goes right to page 173. Wow, that sucks. Okay, so send well, look, you don't understand, sir, it cuts off. I'm trying to tell you, there's little pages that I have here because the last page I have is page 69, and then the next page after that's 173. And the sentence says, when people envision such a Messiah, they see a person dressed in spotless white who thinks, speaks, and behaves, and then it cuts off, but that's not a complete sentence. So what I'm saying is, there's more to it than I have. Well, yeah, I guess there's nothing we can do about that. So I guess we're just going to have to buy a copy of William Brantley's book and read those pages. So for the thing you want here, I guess that's what I can do. All right, chapter 17, Flying Gods Over America. Here we go. By the time of the Crusades, major dramas have unfolded on the opposite side of the globe. Great civilizations have come and gone on the American continents. It is difficult to study the history of the ancient American civilizations because nearly all original records from those civilizations were destroyed centuries ago. As a result, historians are often confronted with disputes over the most basic facts, such as dates. For example, time estimates regarding the Great Mayan civilization have placed it everywhere from 30,000 years ago to 12,000 years ago to only 700 years ago. For the purposes of this book, I will use the dates that are most commonly accepted by modern historians and archaeologists. Many archaeologists believe that the first important North American civilization was the Olmec Society of Mexico. It is estimated to have flourished from about 800 BC until 400 BC. Very little is known about the Olmecs except that they left behind impressive ruins which included a large pyramid. The existence of the pyramid is strong evidence that there was an interaction between the Old and the New Worlds in the BC years. The Olmecs are believed to have given birth to the famous Mayan civilization which followed. The Mayan culture extended from Mexico to Central America and lasted from 300 until 900 AD. Like the Olmecs, the Mayans were followed by the period. It's actually in some Mayan periods were given a limestone facing, like the earlier periods in Egypt. The Mayans also copied the Egyptians by mummifying bodies and by holding similar beliefs about a physical afterlife, according to historian William Carrier. Other analogies with Egypt are discernible in the admirable art of the Bible. There are mural paintings and frescoes and decorated vases show a race of men with strongly marked Semitic features. Engaged in all sorts of activities: agriculture, fishing, building, politics, and religion. Egypt alone has depicted these activities with the same clear appearance of truth, but the following of the lines recalls that of the Etruscans, an ancient civilization of Italy, the vast relief in line-wide India, and the huge steep stairways of the pyramidal temples are like those of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Unless they obtained their knowledge from outside, their brains must have been so constructed that they adopted the same forms of artistic expression as all of the great civilizations of Europe and Asia. This civilization then sprang from one particular geographical region and spread gradually in every direction by a forest fire. Those Jews appear spontaneously and separately in various parts of the world. There are some races with features that others with people still. What are they all taught? Isolated seeds or a one-parent stem giving off shoots in every direction. The coincidences are far too strong for the American civilizations who have arisen independently of the old world societies. Jungian theories of collective unconscious are hardly satisfactory. The striking similarities indicate that the American civilization was a part of a global society.
Obviously.
Even if Asian American inhabitants were not aware of it, a similar situation exists today. In different cities around the world, we find modern skyscrapers that look remarkably alike no matter where on the world they stand. From Singapore to Africa to the United States, we are regularly surprised to see their remote nations a tall glassy skyscraper that is virtually identical to a skyscraper in Chicago. The form and culture, however, may be radically different in each country, indicating that the skyscraper in Africa is not a product of the native African culture, but is a product of its independent global influence. A similar global influence clearly existed more than a millennium ago, as evidenced by remarkable similarities between ancient Mayan and Egyptian cultures. That global influence appears to have been a custodial society, because as soon as we review ancient American writings, we encounter once again our custodial friends. Custodians were worshipped by ancient Americans as human-like gods who hailed from other worlds. And in the Eastern Hemisphere, custodians in America were eventually distinguished by a cult of mythology. As in Egypt and Mesopotamia, custodial servants in America were the priests, who held considerable political power because of their special relationship with mankind's reported extraterrestrial masters. It is therefore not surprising to find evidence that the brotherhood existed in the ancient Americans. For example, the snake was an important religious symbol throughout the ancient Western Hemisphere. Several Freemasonic historians find evidence of early Masonic rites in pre-Columbian societies. The brotherhood symbol of the swastika was also prominent, as Professor W. Norman Brown of the University of Pennsylvania points out on page 27 of his book, The Swastika, a study of the Nazi claims of its Aryan origin. A curious problem lies in the presence of the swastika in America before the time of Columbus. It is frequent in northern, central, and southern America and has many variant forms. The American civilizations had a similar history to that of the Old World. It was full of wars, genocides, and calamities. Cities and religious centers in ancient America came and went. One thing that remained consistent was the building of pyramids. The Toltecs, a civilization which arose from Mayan society, continued the pyramid building tradition and constructed the fabulous Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico. This pyramid is larger than that of the Great Pyramid of Egypt in sheer bulk and is crafted with the same stone-cutting precision that characterizes its Egyptian counterpart. When the Spaniards invaded America in the 16th century, they deliberately destroyed nearly everything they could of the ancient American culture except for the gold and precious metals which were shipped to Spain. At that time in history, the Inquisition was at the height, and Spain was its most zealous advocate. The ancient Americans were considered pagan until Christian missionaries engaged in an energetic campaign to destroy all records and artifacts related to the American religion. Unfortunately, those records included priceless history and science texts. The effect of this obliteration was much like the destruction of the Alexandrian Library by Christians earlier. It created a substantial blackout regarding some of mankind's ancient history. This has left a great many unanswered questions about the Mayans. For example, the Mayans built many fabulous religious centers and then abandoned them. Some historians believe that the abandonment was done subtly and that its cause remains a mystery. Others conclude that it was done gradually by the Mayan society as the Mayan society decayed. The Mayans were also known to practice human sacrifice. Some historians believe that the sacrifices were an intelligent ritual. Others think sacrifices amounted to full-scale genocide, claiming 50,000 lives per year. Where does the truth lie? Back here with the Global Reality right here on the Global Reality Radio Network. I'm your host, Josh Reed. Late night edition for you here. I'm going to jump back into reading William Bramley's The Gods of Evil for you here tonight. And it's been a very interesting read. I'm sorry we had a little blockage there with not getting to read little bits, but you can go back and get a hard copy of that yourself and read it. But I don't know, it just makes you wonder. It makes you feel like people are editing that out, certain things out there. I'll have to ask Mr. Graham if he's aware of that when we have him on the 18th. Well, again, let's jump back into this now. One book has served which purports to be a record of ancient Mayan beliefs. It is known as the Popol Vuh, the Council Book. The Popol Vuh is not a genuinely ancient work. It was first written in the 16th century by an unknown Mayan. It was later translated into Spanish by Father Francisco Jimenez of the Dominican Order. Jimenez's translation was first published in Vienna in 1857, and it is the earliest surviving version of the Popol Vuh. The Popol Vuh is said to be a collection of Mayan beliefs and legends as they had been passed down orally through the centuries. It is clear, however, that many Christian ideas were incorporated into the work either by the original unknown Mayan author or by Father Jimenez, or both. It's also obvious that the Popol Vuh contains many tales of pure fiction mixed in with what is said to be the true story of the creation of man. Nevertheless, several segments of the Popol Vuh are worth considering because they repeat important religious and historical themes we have seen elsewhere, but with far greater sophistication than is found in Christian writings. Those themes are expressed by the Popol Vuh within the context of the multiple gods of the ancient Mayans. The Popol Vuh states that mankind had been created to be servants of the gods, and the gods are quoted as saying, "Let us make him and who shall nourish and sustain us. What shall we do to be invoked in order to be remembered on earth? We have already tried with our first creations, our first creatures, but we could not make them praise and venerate us. So then let us try to make obedient, respectful beings who will nourish and sustain us." Like somebody trying to make themselves God to me. I don't know about you. I don't know how you fucking slice it. According to the Popol Vuh, the gods had made creatures known as figures of wood before creating Homo sapiens. Said to look and talk like men, these odd creatures of wood existed and multiplied. They had daughters, they had sons. They were, however, inadequate servants for the gods. To explain why, the Popol Vuh expresses a sophisticated spiritual truth not found in Christianity, but which is found in earlier Mesopotamian writings. The figures of wood did not have souls. This relates to the Popol Vuh, and so they walked on all fours aimlessly. In other words, without souls or spiritual beings to animate the bodies, the gods found that they had created living creatures which could biologically reproduce, but which lacked the intelligence to have goals and direction. The gods destroyed their figures of wood. It's figures of wood in parentheses, figures of wood, and held lengthy meetings to determine the shape and composition of their next attempt. The gods finally produced creatures to which spiritual beings could be attached. That new and improved creature was Homo sapiens. Creating Homo sapiens did not end custodial headaches, however, according to the Popol Vuh. The first Homo sapiens were too intelligent and had too many abilities. The first Homo sapiens were endowed with intelligence. They saw and instantly they could see far. They succeeded in seeing. They succeeded in knowing all that there is in the world. When they looked, instantly they saw all around them, and they contemplated in turn the arc of heaven and the round face of earth. But the Creator and the Maker did not hear this with pleasure. It is not well that our creatures, our works, say they know all, the large and the small, they said. Something had to be done. Humans, and by implication, spiritual beings that animate human bodies, needed to have their level of intelligence reduced. Mankind had to be made more stupid. Well, they succeeded in that.
They did.
The Popol Vuh then tells in symbolism what custodians did to early Homo sapiens to reduce human intelligence and intellectual vision. Then the heart of heaven blew mist into
They
their
gave
eyes,
human
and covered their
beings to
sight
perpetuate,
as when a mirror is breathed
destroy
upon.
their own memory
Their
inside
eyes
their
were
brain.
covered, and they could see only
It's a
what was
gene that
close,
does it.
only that which was clear to them. In this
I
way, the
apparently
wisdom
don't
and
have
all the
that
knowledge of the four men were destroyed.
I mean, got a
The
memory
book
problem.
passage echoes the biblical Adam and Eve story, in which
I have
revolving
problems with
swords
most people's memory.
had been placed to block human access to important knowledge. It also suggests a custodial intention that human beings should never learn about the world beyond the obvious and superficial. Again, all of my 15 years of research points in that direction. That's exactly what they've done. That's what all of this is about. That's where the true enslavement is, not not all this banker stuff and all the rest of that. Those are just extensions of that. But the fact that we are continually lied to and kept as children, kept in the dark, is where the true control factors come from. The Popol Vuh contains another element worth mentioning because it reflects the muddling of languages theme of the biblical Tower of Babel story. The Popol Vuh relates that various gods spoke different languages, with the ancient Mayan tribes were compelled to adopt whenever they fell under the new rule of a new god. Even in the New World, humans were broken into different linguistic groups by the custodial gods. By the time the Spaniards first landed in America in the late 15th century, the custodial gods were no longer directly visible in human affairs and had not been around so far for centuries. Although UFOs continued to be observed around the world, people no longer viewed them as vehicles of the gods. The custodial race assumed a low profile, which made it seem as though they had left Earth and gone back home. Unfortunately, they still remained, as the next and most perhaps ominous chapter
They still remain.
reveals. And we're going to continue on here. Chapter 18, The Black Death. The centralization of papal power culminated under Pope Innocent IV, who held the papal reigns from 1243 until 1254. Pope Innocent attempted to turn the papacy into the world's highest political authority by proclaiming that the Pope was the vicar of the Creator to whom every human creature is subjected. It was under Innocent IV that the Inquisition was made an official institution of the Roman Catholic Church. Despite the oppression of the Inquisition, Europe in the 13th century was beginning to recover from the economic and social disruption caused by the Crusades. Signs of a European Renaissance were visible in the widening of intellectual and artistic horizons. Trade with other parts of the world did much to enrich European life. Europe was entering into an era in which chivalry, music, art, and spiritual values were playing greater roles. Hardly a century of this progress had passed, however, before a disastrous event abruptly brought to it a temporary halt. That event was the bubonic plague, also known as the Black Death. The Black Death began in Asia and soon spread to Europe, where it killed well over 25 million people, about one-third of Europe's total population. It did so in less than 4 years. Some historians put the casualty figure closer to 35 to 40 million people, or about half of all Europeans. The epidemic first spread through Europe between 1347 and 1350. The bubonic plague continued to strike Europe with decreasing fatality every 10 to 20 years and short-lived outbreaks all the way up until the 1700s. Although it is difficult to calculate the total number of deaths from that 400-year period, it is believed that over 100 million people may have died from the plague. My God, that's ancient eugenics right there. This eugenics stuff goes back all the way back to the custodial races, to the dawn of time, all the way back to the Sumerians, folks. See, this is why Alex Jones won't talk about the IAAEE, the International Association for the Advancement of Ethnology and Eugenics. This is why he won't talk about that group. Because they're based where? Edinburgh, Scotland, exactly where the Knights Templar fled after they were burned at the stake and the rest of that stuff. That's where they set up Freemasonry. It's also the true home of eugenics. But again, Jones and the Truthers won't talk about that because it connects directly with people like Roger Pearson, who connects directly with Will Sparto, head of the Liberty Lobby, who Jim Tucker writes for, and that other clown institutes run everything. I mean, it's a total spook off. This goes back all the way to that. Two types of plague are believed to have caused the Black Death. The first is the bubonic type, which was the most common. The bubonic form of plague is characterized by swelling of the lymph nodes. The swellings are called buboes. The buboes are accompanied by vomiting, fever, and death within several days if not treated. This form of the plague is not contagious between human beings. It requires an active carrier, such as a flea. For this reason, many historians believe that flea-infested rodents caused the bubonic plague. Rodents are known to carry the disease even today. A number of records from between 1347 and the late 1600s speak of rodent infestations prior to several outbreaks of the Black Death, lending credence to the rodent theory. The second form of plague contributing to the Black Death is a highly contagious type known as pneumonic plague. It is marked by shivering, rapid breath, and the coughing up of blood. Body temperature climb, death normally follows 3 to 4 days after the disease has been contracted. The second type of plague is nearly always fatal and transmits best in cold weather and in poor ventilation. Some physicians today believe it was this second form, the pneumonic plague, which was responsible for most of the casualties of the Black Death because of the crowding and poor hygienic conditions that were then prevalent in Europe. We would normally shake our heads at this tragic period of human history and be thankful that modern medicine has developed cures for these dreaded diseases. However, troubling enigmas about the Black Death still linger. Many outbreaks occurred in summer during warm weather in uncrowded regions. Not all outbreaks of bubonic plague were preceded by rodent infestations. In fact, only a minority of cases seem to be related to an increase in the presence of vermin. The greatest puzzle about the Black Death is how it was able to strike isolated human populations which had no contact with earlier infected areas. The epidemics also tended to end abruptly. To solve these puzzles, a historian would normally look to records from the plague year to see what people were reporting. When he does so, he encounters stories so stunning and unbelievable that he is likely to reject them as the fantasies and superstitions of badly frightened minds. A great many people throughout Europe and other plague-stricken regions of the world were reporting that outbreaks of the plague were caused by foul-smelling mists. Those mists frequently appeared after unusually bright lights in the sky. The historian quickly discovers that mists and bright lights were reported far more frequently and in many more locations than the rodent infestations. The plague years were in fact a period of heavy UFO activity. What then were the mysterious mists? There's another very important way in which plague germs can be transmitted, through germ weapons. The United States and the Soviet Union today have stockpiles of biological weapons containing bubonic plague and other epidemic diseases. The germs are kept alive in canisters which spray the diseases into the air on thick, often visible artificial mists. Anyone breathing in the mist will inhale the disease. There are enough such germ weapons today to wipe out a good portion of humanity. Reports of identical disease-inducing mist from the plague years strongly suggest that the Black Death was caused by germ warfare. Let us take a look at the incredible report which leads to that conclusion. The first outbreak of the plague in Europe followed an unusual series of events. Between 1298 and 1314, 7 large comets were seen over Europe, One was of awe-inspiring blackness. 1 year before the first breakout of the epidemic in Europe, a column of fire was reported over the Pope's palace in Avignon, France. Earlier that year, a ball of fire was observed over Paris and reportedly remained visible to observers for some time. To the people of Europe, these sightings were considered omens of the plague, which soon followed. It is true that some reported comets, and were probably just that, comets, but some may have also been small meteors or fireballs. Centuries ago, people were generally far more superstitious than they are today, and so natural meteors and similar prosaic phenomena were often reported as precursors to later disasters, even though there was no real-life connection. Or was there? On the other hand, it's important to note that almost any unusual object in the sky was called a comet. A good example is found in the best-known book published in 1557, A Chronicle of Prodigies and Perjuries by Conrad Lyskowski. On page 494 of the book, we read a comet observed in the year 1479. A comet was seen in Arabia in the manner of a sharply pointed wooden beam. The accompanying illustration, which was based on eyewitness description, shows what clearly looks like the front half of a rocket ship among some clouds. The object appears to have many portholes. Today we would call the object a UFO, not a comet. This leads us to wonder how many other ancient comets were actually similar rocket-like objects. When we are confronted with an old report of a comet, we therefore generally do not really know what kind of a thing we are dealing with unless there is a fuller description. A report of a sudden increase in comets or of similar celestial phenomena may in fact mean an increase in UFO activity. The link between unusual aerial phenomenon and the Black Death was established immediately during the first outbreaks of the plague in Asia, as one historian tells us. The first reports of the plague came out of the East. They were confused, exaggerated, frightening, as reports from that corner of the world so often are. Descriptions of storms and earthquakes, of meteors and comets trailing noxious gases that killed trees and destroyed the fertility of the land. The above passage indicates that strange flying objects were doing more than just spreading disease. They were also apparently spraying chemical or biological defoliants from the air. The above passage echoes the ancient Mesopotamian tablets, which describe defoliation of the landscape by ancient custodian gods. My God, they were spraying chemtrails back then. I've said it once, I've said it again. I mean, how much more proof do you need? They've been spraying us with shit for centuries.
Yep.
I mean, this explains why. There are some times when you are zooming in on a camera on a chemtrail plane, the plane just disappears, folks.
Because
people speculated for years this is some sort of extraterrestrial program. It may very well be.
What's up, dog?
Many human casualties from the Black Death may have been also caused by such defoliants. The connection between aerial phenomenon and plague had begun centuries before the Black Death. We saw examples in our earlier discussion of Justinian's plague. We read from another source about a large plague that had reportedly broken out in the year 1117, almost 250 years.
I heard Monday and Tuesday are supposed to be the hottest days of the year. I was going to check that.
In 1117, in January, a comet passed like a fiery army over the Orient. The moon was overcast, blood red in an eclipse. A year later, a light appeared more brilliant than the sun. This was followed by great cold, famine.
Not on the East Coast. Yeah, I'm hot. I've been blowing my ass off last few minutes.
Said to have perished.
Been working my ass off before that.
Once the medieval Black Death got started, more the aerial phenomenon continued to accompany the dread epidemic.
It's warm today.
It's
only like 75 though. It's fucking beautiful.
Published in his book, The Black Death, A Chronicle of the Plague. In the year 1606, a comet was seen, after which a general plague traversed the world. In 1582, a comet brought so violent a plague upon Mabel, Prague, Thuringia, the Netherlands, and other places that in Thuringia, it killed 37,000, and in the Netherlands, 46,450.
Forecast.
As if it swooped down and tilted up in the crowd. That's a very strange description. From Vienna, Austria, we get the following description of an event that happened in 1568. Here we see a connection between an outbreak of plague and an object described in a manner remarkably similar to a modern cigar or beam-shaped UFO. Sightings of unusual aircraft phenomenon usually occurred from several minutes to a year before an outbreak of the plague. Where there was a gap between such a sighting and the arrival of the plague, a second phenomenon was sometimes reported. The appearance of frightening human-like figures dressed in black. These figures
Forecast.
were often seen on the outskirts of a town or a village, and their presence would signal the outbreak of an epidemic almost immediately.
Thanks so
Summary
damn
written in
slow. I'm getting
1682
cricket.
tells of
Goddamn,
such a
this is
visit
Walmart's
a century
phone.
earlier. In Brandenburg, in Germany, there appeared in 15
Yeah, it got kind of cool this week. They say it's gonna bounce up. I want to check out the 10 days. It's just taking forever to load
beside
up.
their posteriors little heads,
Yeah, I heard
the
that.
others fearful faces and long scythes with which they had cut at the oats so that the swish would be heard at a great distance. But the oats remained standing. When a quantity of people came running out to see them, they went on with their mowing. The visit of strange men to the oat fields was followed immediately by a severe outbreak of the plague in Brandenburg. This incident raises intriguing questions.
Nah,
Who
trend's
were
gonna
the mysterious
continue.
figures? What were long skies-like
80s.
instruments that they held that emitted
Ain't gonna be the
a
hottest
loud
day of the
swooshing
year.
sound?
80s is
It
good
appears
with
that
me.
the skies may have been
It's
long
hot enough.
instruments designed to spray poison or germinating gas. This would mean that the townspeople misinterpreted the movement of the skies as an attempt to cut oats.
It might be the
when in fact
hottest day of the
movements were the
week,
act of
but not
spraying
the year.
aerosols in the town. Some of the men dressed in black were reported in Hungary. In the year of Christ, 1571, was seen at
Yeah,
Creed's
temperature's on its way down
Ascension Day
generally.
in the evening to a great perturbation of all. When the Schlusselburg there appeared so many black riders that the opinion was prevalent that the Turks were making a secret raid, but who rapidly disappeared again, and thereupon a raging plague broke out in the neighborhood. Strange men dressed in black, demons, and other terrifying figures were obscured in the European communities. The frightening creatures were often observed carrying long brooms, scythes, or swords, and they were used to sweep or knock at the doors of people's homes. The inhabitants of these homes fell ill with the plague afterwards. It is from these reports that people created the popular image of death as a skeleton or demon carrying a scythe. Yeah, where it comes from. The scythe
Fucking
came to symbolize
delicious.
the act of death, mowing down people
How
like
you doing,
stalks of
Seymour?
grain. And looking at this hauling image of death, we may in fact be staring into the face of a UFO.
Yeah, we're a little bit off
The chapter we're going to be starting tonight, chapter 9,
schedule, I think, as far as the work.
from where he brings the
I
gods
don't
of
know what
Eden.
the fuck's going on. So,
The last chapter
We're
was
rocking back and forth.
I'm just ready to move on. That's the black gas stuff going on. And just keep going. Although,
fucking delicious. Cheers again.
Depopulation and eugenics and all that stuff has been around for centuries. It's been around for a very long time, and it originates back with these.
That shit was fucking spiking.
And this is definitely why you see
All the time.
in eugenics have been taken, of course, to
Fucking globe's still on fire. Ask coffee.
Peterson and Willis Carter, the whole eugenics in Edinburgh, Scotland. The self-proclaimed king of eugenics, Alex Jones, never seemed to mention him.
Yeah, I'll tell you, people have been watching with us for the last 3-4 years. Just
Chapter 19, Luther and the Roads.
a little bit more yesterday, huh?
In the 14th century, that region of Europe
Seems to be the trend
has
every day.
consisted of numerous independent principalities and city-states.
Then it sticks like the
At
new
that time,
normal.
several of those
Oh, that's the
principalities
new
had
normal.
emerged as the primary centers of world activity in Europe.
Man, I gotta tell you something about this weed I
Most
got
of that
today.
activity concentrated in the central German state of Hesse. In Germany and elsewhere, the Warwood and some of its most
This shit'll hurt you.
initiates have become
Right there.
known by the Latin name,
That's
the Illuminati,
fucking
which means the
white diamonds and I got it mixed with some Gorilla Glue up in there. Oh my God. Good stuff.
In the early 9th century AD. Germany's first official
It's like 1-2 hits. You're like, oh fuck, I gotta work.
In the German state of Hesse in the year 1100 AD.
That's survival. How are you?
Achieved fame for the dedication to alchemy, their complex mystical symbols, and their secret
I know Anna can. I believe. I mean, yeah. Rigs4us Denver. Chad just put a video of my shit together. I don't know if he put it on Facebook or they've got a website now. So she said that I believe the website's done. I'm not sure. I think they can take orders there. But I'd call Chad. Awesome people who walk right through the fucking store. And I know she ships all over the place. She gets it cheaper than I do. I don't know. She got some kind of deal with the mail. She does bulk shit. You'd probably be getting a better deal for her. Just say, I'm blowing live here all week. You know, if you want something custom or whatever, you don't see something that you like here, get with me on the messenger. She still ship it to you. I'll be here all week. Seamus is turning 18 on Friday. I mean, I figured, fuck, that's the first day he can legally be here. Might as well throw a little party here. Might make a combo, happy birthday, Polly and Seamus. Well, my daughter had a birthday yesterday. There's a lot of birthdays this week. She said she had a good birthday, too.
According to Dr. Lewis of AMRC, which is the American Electrician Board, just why this new regulation was brought into effect is not known. The Illuminati and the Rosicrucians were a major power behind the new wave of religious movements during the Crusade years. One of the earliest of those movements was a mystical religion known as the Friends.
Doing much better than I was yesterday. I was busy yesterday. I'm doing what I love to do today. Blowing glass. I've been blowing some pretty decent glass in the last hour or two. Fuck, this kiln takes forever to eat up. And then I got honeydews. We got a new generator, and it started running out of gas because we're on a hell of a tilt on the where we park. It's right across the street. Yeah, beside the bank. It looks suspicious. I'm out there with a big old gas can. A frog is really dragged. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like something I can do. You want them functional, I guess?
To spreading the religion which the mysterious stranger was bringing. As it turns out, what the stranger caused Muslim to create was another branch of the Brotherhood network. The teachings of the Friends were deeply mystical.
Outside, it feels like air conditioning. Feels real nice.
History records that illuminated mystics and other Illuminati were among one's principal actors. The teaching of the Friends of God were not only mystical, they were also heavily apocalyptic.
Achilles falling in temperature. Let Glenn distract me. Yeah, well, if he's 9, I'm not going to make him functional. This is not going to happen. Oh my God, that's fun. No, I retract that question. Hook me up with a simple drawing and shoot it to me in Messenger. That seems the best way to do it. That way we can talk. I mean, real time and shit. Check out your drawings. And when I go to do it, I'll pull it up on the big screen. And fashion that shit right out. Sounds fun. Frog in the Dragon.
Was just getting started. The Friends of God attracted a large following in Europe, and Heroes were taught a 9-step program to become utterly and unquestioningly obedient to God.
Oh, awesome.
They were made to believe that this gradually would save them from the plague.
Don't worry, I only cuss out people that send me links to 333 and Marshall Masters. Oh my God. It's been a long 10 years. I've only been on Facebook like fucking 6 years. Not all that long.
The second step was a resolution by Heroes to give up their own will
I've
to
been
submit
online
to
that
the
long.
loving friend of God who should be their guide and counselor in the
Never liked it much. I knew Derek Bros was cruising around over here somewhere. That motherfucker took down an awful lot of his content. I don't know what happened there. He's like, it didn't happen. Susan took down mine. Alright, let's make this base.
To make human beings obedient to an ultimate degree. Members were taught that obedience was a spiritual being's highest calling and something to be striven for as a quest. Mercerman's conversion to this mysterious friend's religion was very damaging to him, as it no doubt was to many others. Mercerman soon began to suffer strong manic depressive symptoms, the phenomenon of alternately being in a happy state and then inexplicably experiencing mental depression and back and forth. And, I gotta say, man, it's been my experience, and make of this what you will. I can only, again, the things that are true to me, the truest to me, are the things that I've experienced and seen firsthand. And it should be this way with everybody, but I'll say this, man, that statement right there about Mercerman beginning to suffer strong manic depressive symptoms, the phenomenon of ultimately being in a happy state, and inexplicably experiencing mental depression back and forth. I got to tell you, it's been my experience in my life that the people who I have known who have been the most, and some people just don't know they're brainwashed by a religion or brainwashed by Christianity, but I would say that I can't think of one single person I've ever known in my life that called themselves a Christian or a member of this religion, that religion, that wasn't manic depressive. Seriously, it just reads that. Because these religions and the way they're being presented to us are detrimental to our minds and our brains and the way we are, that's why they're implanted on us. Yep. That's why like many people like myself at a very young age has felt an instinctive knee-jerk reaction away from these things. I'm blown away by that. I don't know how. I just can't tell you. How did I know, folks? How did I know when I would see or would go to church and I would see church people and stuff? These times I went to church. My parents didn't make me go to church. My parents would go to church on a regular basis, but sometimes you'd have to go with the neighbors, or you'd have to go with your friend's family, or you'd have to go with your cousins or whatever have you, And at a very young, early age, I just knew it was bullshit.
Yeah, you and me both.
I just knew it. I didn't want anything to do with it. At a very early age, I knew it. I don't know. I don't know how I knew that. I don't know how I was so dead on at 7. What kid at 7 years old just knows? Maybe even a bit earlier than that. Shit, first grade. I can remember the first time I went to church with a neighbor friend in first grade, and they gave me where they saved your soul and all that stuff. And it was just weird. I was always instinctively just knee-jerkish away from religions at a very early time. I gotta tell you, every person I've ever known that has been called himself a Christian or this kind of other, it's been, I mean, it's impressive. It's just unbelievable what statistics on it. Yeah, following many of you have experienced that as well. In verse 1, these symptoms became severe, and they were erroneously perceived by his followers as a sign of religious transformation. Many people today would recognize such symptoms as an indication that Merton was connected to a repressive influence. In this case, the corrupted brotherhood and probably his mysterious friend. During his life in the Friends movement, Mersman continued to claim many mystical experiences, including joint revelations with his friend. In one of those revelations, Mersman was told to use his money to buy an island in Strasbourg for use as a friend's retreat. That must have been great, dude. You know, oh my friend, my imaginary friend over here who told me to start this religion also told me I must buy an island, and all of you must go with me, and our religion must pay for it. Yes. I mean, my God, that's greatness. The Strasbourg was Mersman's home city and is located by the southwestern French-German border. 5 years later, Mersman had another joint revelation, which he was told to turn the whole Friends operation over to an organization called the Order of St. John, which governed the Friends movement afterwards. So he was told by this entity to turn it over to the Order of St. John, which we know as the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, correct? The Knights of Malta, right? Yes, my friend told me to now turn it over to the priest class. Here we go. That's what's always happened. They pose as, you know, God, a God or the God. They always seem to say that they're the only one. Yeah, put no other gods before me. Well, okay. I thought there could only be one God, so how can we put another one before you if there is every other? That, you know, it's an indicator there's more than one, right? They always come down and they use their hocus pocus and their smoke and their fucking pyrotechnics, and it looks like a Kiss show, and Ace Frehley shooting fucking rockets out of the end of his Les Paul, and these fucking twits are like, oh yeah, this is God, this is I don't know any better, and then boom. They get a person, a man, to create a religion from a divine experience with God, and then in the end, they absorb it back into their power structure. It's genius. They've done this endlessly through time. Anyone who doesn't see that is just trying to ignore it intentionally because they don't want to know. Because it undoes all the bullshit of their programming through their religion and everything else their whole lives. Wake up. It's not too late to get a clue. Clues are still going real cheap right now. And we get a special going on right now here at the Golden Reality. 2-for-1 clues. You get 2 clues for the price of 1. Real cheap. Real cheap. It's cheaper than constant coffee, folks. You get a membership policy. It's cheaper than constant coffee today, folks. So it is. You get a clue, folks. Just like me, I got a clue. I got a clue. I got my hand up Charlie Sheen's ass. Hang on, scroll. I see this earlier, folks. You know that thing. Seriously, it's not so like you get a clue. You still want to get one. The Friends of God religion was one of many mythical movements that proliferated during the Plague years. These movements were usually Christian in nature, but they advertised themselves as an alternative to the Catholic Church and attracted many disgruntled Catholics on that basis. This began to split apart the Christian world. Unfortunately, the split did not mean that the Christians were returning to Jesus' maverick teachings. The new mystical religions only strengthened the emphasis on obedience and apocalypticism. This began to drive many people out of religion altogether and helped lay the foundation for the radical materialism which began to arise out of Germany shortly thereafter. The Friends of God and other mystical practices of the time became a juggernaut, which brought about one of the greatest challenges ever faced by the Catholic Church, the Protestant Reformation of Martin Luther. Luther began his famous ecclesiastical rebellion in the early 1500s. By that time, The Catholic Church had fallen into the hands of Pope Leo the 10th, the son of Lorenzo de' Medici. Lorenzo de' Medici was the head of a wealthy international banking house in Florence, Italy. The Medici family had become involved with the papacy a generation earlier when the Medicis financed an archbishop who later became the schismatic anti-pope. The Medicis were awarded the task of collecting taxes and fees that were due to this pope. The Medicis operated a far-flung network of collectors and sub-collectors to accomplish this undertaking. The fees earned from this operation helped the Medici family make the Medici family one of the wealthiest and most influential banking houses in Europe. The involvement of profit-motivated bankers in church affairs transformed many spiritual activities of the Catholic Church into a business enterprise. Red alert, folks, red alert. Yeah, red alert indeed. They're getting into some of that. See, now we're getting into some of that territory that you're not going to touch. Yeah. Oh, shit himself. Yeah, we better get some toilet paper. No, see, yeah, here we go. Because this is key, man. This is key. These fucking banksters, who Jones tells you, I'm at the tip of the spear files, they're at the tip top of the pyramid. Bankers don't sell those too. Bilderbergers, bankers, Genesis, they're all something. That's real slick, but unfortunately for you, there are some ones out who actually have done their own research. So here's the key thing here. It is 100% beyond any shadow of a doubt that the church and the bankers are hand in glove. And you can't talk about one without talking about the other. That is a fact. Fact, not debatable. You cannot talk about the bankers without talking about the priest class. You cannot talk about the bankers without talking about the church.
Crown Vatican. Yep. Bankers.
And this, to me, is one of the key smoking guns that just nails yet another one of the million coffins in the coffin of Alex Jones is the fact that he doesn't mention or tell you how intimately connected the Catholic Order, the Jesuit Order is, and everything else with the banking system. Let me read that for you again. The involvement of profit-motivated bankers in church affairs transformed many spiritual activities of the Catholic Church into a business enterprise. And Mr. Jones, you were part of that business enterprise, and you know it. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it now. Everybody knows it. That's great. You know who his core audience is now? 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. I'm not kidding. I got friends that are teachers and stuff, and they tell me about seeing, 16 or high school kids. That's really his demographic now. Which is super duper. You're young and stupid and really easily influenced at that age anyway, So he can have them. He can have them. I don't want fucking 15, 16-year-olds listening to my show anyway. I get messages from people all the time, oh, I want to play your show at my house, and I want to play it in my house, and I got grandkids around. That's a little faux pas on your part, not mine. You know what I mean? Just because your morals don't align with something around, certain people, that's not my bad. It shouldn't make me have to shit what I do. Because you feel you have a moral objection to this, I don't claim to be a family show. I never have. Family show, folks. Family show. It's family show here, folks. Now they're allowing you to cuss on the show. It's family show. Family show. Every time somebody cusses on the show, it's family show. It's family show. God damn it, it's family show. Give me an enchilada, yeah, I don't claim to be a family show. This is a show for the people. It's a show for people who want it real. No nonsense, no bullshit, no spin, straight up fucking shaken, not stirred. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. If that limits my reach, these recordings will be around for a lot longer than I am, and Maybe once they're of age, you can turn them on and all that. But you know, I'm just not going to censor myself or anything else. But you know, it was unbelievable to me, this campaign to not show the Catholic Order and the Jesuits and all this other thing hinged in all the power structure with the bankers. I mean, this is a very coldly calculated and well worked out operation that Jones and the rest of the 43 who were patriots are engaging in. It's unbelievable. This is a full-blown op. For example, Catholics believe in the importance of paying indulgences. Indulgence is the money paid to compensate for sin. When paid in conjunction with a properly done confessional, monetary penance can often be effective in relieving. Monetary penance can often be effective in relieving guilt, especially if the money is used to assist the injured party. Most indulgences, however, went into church coffers. The Medici collectors were more often concerned with how much money a person could pay than whether or not the penance achieved any spiritual benefit from paying it. This is really where you have the rise of the mob. Actually, what the mob has always sort of done. Understandably, many Catholics grumbled, and their discontent helped pave the way for Martin Luther. History books tell us that Martin Luther was a German Catholic priest and an educator. He had begun his career as a monk in the Augustinian order and worked his way up to holding the chair of biblical study at the University of Wittenberg in the German state of Saxony. As a Catholic priest, Luther was a subject to the strict regimen imposed upon all clergy of the church. That included regular attendance at confessional. In Catholic confessional, a person tells a priest in confidence of wrongs that the confessor has committed. This is designed to help unburden a person spiritually. As already mentioned, a properly done confessional has a positive effect, and interestingly, it does appear to be necessary at some point for nearly everyone's spiritual advancement. By Luther's day, however, confessionals were often done improperly or unnecessarily, so that people often felt little relief. Right, you got to keep going back and back, right, and keep paying the penance in the church every time. This is how they built the empire, folks, you understand? Luther eventually found going to confessional difficult. He had already come to hate the angry, condemning God of the Catholic religion, and as a result, he began to lose his faith in the Catholic way to salvation. There was, however, another equally important reason why Luther was having such difficulty in confessional. He had committed acts which he felt unable or unwilling to confess. Luther claims that he tried to purge himself of every conceivable sin, but some acts still eluded his memory when it came time to divulge them to his confessor. In part because of this, Luther did not feel himself advancing spiritually, and he despaired over ever achieving salvation. He felt compelled to seek another path to spiritual recovery that would not force him to endure the uncomfortable confessionals. Although Luther voiced many legitimate criticisms of the Catholic Church and claimed that he was trying to reestablish the primitive Christian Church of Jesus, Luther was, to an extent, a man driven by the demons of unconfessed wrongs. As a result, he helped create a new form of Christianity that only further the teachings of Jesus. Despite the East Roman corruption of Jesus' teachings and the brutal methods of the Inquisition, Catholicism during Luther's time still retains several important elements of Jesus' magical essence. For example, the Catholic Church continued to preach that salvation was up to the individual to achieve. It taught further the importance of doing good works, the need to confess sin when sin had been committed, and the importance of rectifying wrongs or compensating for them. The Catholic Church emphasized that man had the free will to either accept or reject salvation, that salvation could not be imposed upon anyone against his or her will, even by a monotheistic God, and that all people were endowed with the right to seek salvation. While Catholic teachings still had many serious flaws and lacked a true science of the Spirit, these ideas reflected some of the truth and decency which were at the heart of Jesus' message. Luther's key to reform would have been to reinforce the good tenets still alive in Catholicism while eliminating the blatant commercialism of the East Roman changes to Christian doctrine. That was not the road Luther chose to take. He taught instead the false idea that a person has no personal control over his spiritual salvation. Luther convinced people that salvation is dependent entirely upon the grace of a monotheistic God. There was only one action an individual could do to obtain God's grace, said Luther, and that was to believe in Jesus as Savior and to accept Christ's agony and crucifixion as penance for one's own sins. Luther's curious notion that Jesus' crucifixion can be penance for other people's sin is partially based on the concept of karma. Karma is the idea that all acts in this universe eventually come back at a person in the future. People frequently invoke the idea of karma when they ask, what did I do to deserve this? In modern science, karma has been expressed as for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. In monotheism, karma usually comes in the form of God's inevitable punishments for sin and rewards for good. On a personal level, the principle of karma seems to hold true in the sense that the world one creates, good or bad, through action or inaction, is ultimately the world that comes back to one. Or ethics seem to be to boomerang in the form of spiritual degradation. A major benefit of a properly done confessional is that it actually seems to break the negative boomerang effect, and it will thereby help start a person back on the road to spiritual recovery. Because Luther's confessionals were unsatisfactory, he felt compelled to invent another way to escape the karma cycle enforced by the rewards and punishment of his monotheistic God. Luther therefore developed the idea that God would allow Jesus' pain and suffering on the cross to become the boomerang for everybody. In other words, by believing in Jesus, you will not spiritually suffer for the bad things you have done in the past, because Jesus has already suffered for you. I'm sorry I laughed at that. It's just fucking ridiculous, man. This is a wonderfully magical notion, but it's hardly a philosophy of responsibility, nor is it fair to Jesus that he should expect to take the brunt of everyone else's wrongs. More importantly, Luther's solution simply does not work. Many people do feel and act better after proclaiming Christ because they've acknowledged their spiritual existences in a way they have not done before, and they often begin more ethical behavior as a result. But their act of belief has not caused them to overcome the many other barriers which stand in the way of complete spiritual recovery. Protestants continued to practice confession, although it was no longer considered vital for achieving salvation. Practical knowledge of the Spirit was also largely ignored. Luther's method amounted to a quickie salvation, a simple act of belief. Luther taught that salvation was guaranteed by God for as long as a person continued to adhere to a belief in Jesus as Savior. Luther's ideas were clearly mystical. This is not surprising when we consider that Luther had been greatly influenced by some of the mystical religions which were so popular in his country. Luther's primary mentor in the Augustinian order, Johann von Staupitz, preached a theology containing many elements from the writings of the prominent German mystics Heinrich Suso and Johann Tauler. Tauler was one of the most widely read mystics of the 14th century, and who was associated with the Friends of God movement. Luther became an avid reader of Tauler's works. Evidence of a more direct connection of Luther to the Brotherhood network is found in Luther's personal seal. Luther's seal consisted of his initials on either side of two Brotherhood symbols, the rose and the cross. The rose and cross are the chief symbols of the Rosicrucian order. The word Rosicrucian itself comes from the Latin words rose and crucius, cross. Both during his life and after, Luther counted among his supporters important individuals and families who were active in the Illuminati and in Rosicrucianism. One of them was Philip the Magnanimous, head of the powerful royal house of Hesse, whose descendants would later hold important leadership positions in other organizations, especially in German Freemasonry, as well as later, as we shall see later.
Now, I've had my fair chocolate. Lots of different chocolates. And I gotta tell you, this is some of the finest chocolate I've ever had. It's Belgium, I
They
guess,
could figure that. So it's bacon.
for what I know.
Then Shakespeare. See, Francis Bacon.
And it's all homemade
He was
with
also
mushrooms.
Lord Chancellor of England. Bacon
I'll
was
tell you
also
what.
the highest executive on the
I like the cherry chocolate because it's real cherries. They got like different flavors. One of them's cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake. I mean, like they use real fruit and shit. And it's fucking awesome. I suggest one tab. 5 is a little much.
In the English-speaking and Protestant world.
Well, unless you're experienced.
The single largest schism in Christian history.
I haven't had one of those in fuck.
The Protestant sects today account for not 1/3 of all Christians worldwide and nearly half of all Christians in North America. The Catholic Church did not allow this to happen without a fight, however. The Catholics launched a counter-reformation in an unsuccessful attempt to squash the Protestant heresies. The Counter-Reformation was interestingly a new brotherhood-style organization created for the purpose. The Society of Jesus, better known as the Jesuits. The Jesuit order was founded in 1540 by a soldier-turned-cleric named Ignatius of Loyola. The Jesuits were a Catholic secret society with degrees of initiation, periods of probation, and many secret rituals. It was also militant. Jesuits were encouraged to adopt a soldierly spirit. Jesuits were encouraged to adopt a soldierly spirit of loyalty to their captain, Jesus. Ignatius was chosen to be the first general of the order in April 1741. The image of Jesus as a quasi-military captain may seem rather humorous to anyone familiar with Jesus' teachings, but the image was helpful in making the Jesuit order an effective cadre for combating the Protestants. Although it is true that the Christian led the human race,
Wireless authorized
understanding it did have one very beneficial
That'll be
fact.
tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm not going to be in because Anna is closed, but we're going to be here Tuesday through Friday. And you know, it definitely progressed in the right way so far. It's going great. Tomorrow we're off because the store's closed on Mondays. We're going to the state park, chilling out. Going to hook up the RV and do another test with pressure tests and all that.
There was an eventual price to be paid for this paper, however. That was the price when Edward Parker did
And we're going to park and heat the water.
Philosophies of humanism, rationalism, and similar ideologies were the materialistic bent on.
I gotta find me a fucking gas water heater, Glenn. So true. Glenn's words are true. They have held true for a long time. Food is going to be a major problem soon. It already is for some people. You definitely got to shop thrifty nowadays. Rocket stove. Well, they ripped out the fucking propane water heater and fucking put in a damn electric one that's just, it draws too much. Probably can't have air conditioning. Good for heating the water. The Catholic I did too, and I figured it would be on creator's timeline, not mine, so I just tried not to stress it. I had already told Anna I want to work up here with her for a couple weeks anyways and try and help her business. And because I've never been able to work up here with her. She's had the studio forever. And she's been my friend, 3.5 hour drive just to come see her sometimes, you know. Even if I had glass or not, I could come up here 3.5 hours just to see Anna. She's that kind of person, and I want to help her out as much as she's helped me out. And I knew it would work in the time scale. I knew Polly was going to lose a nut again if she didn't get fucking AC. She got some AC though. So we got that generator going. I was going to lose a nut if I didn't get my refrigerator cold. God damn it. I like it cold. My refrigerator should keep my shit cold.
Chapter 19. Tomorrow in chapter 20. I know you're aristocracy. That's a great place to live. Yeah, I can look it out. You're living now. And the result of the great war. We're living in a revolution is as old as history itself. People have been rebelling against gods, kings, and parents.
I know. Sometimes rational thinking doesn't work when AC is involved. The Reformation did, however, underground work and provide the inspiration for numerous wars and violent pro-war versions that most swept the world for centuries to follow. The earliest political struggles to grow around the Reformation was the 80 Years' War, which got yeah, it's nice and cool here.
The 80 Years' War pitted Spain against that region of Europe we now know today as the Netherlands, which was then under Spanish rule.
I'm still working on that first bowl today.
In chapter 22, emerged by that time, the radical Calvinists from France had migrated to the Netherlands and created an activist Protestant community in Holland. This naturally caused friction between the devout Catholic rulers of Spain and the emerging Protestant
human might be spiteful. Last report from Coffee is a double bow shock. That's a new normal, I guess. People I talk to, people Polly talk to, we get in there and we get them looking at the moon and feeling they imagine it's not that hard. Good people started looking at themselves. Once you get talking to people. Magnets affect each other. Let's put this motherfucker together like a magnet. Oh, let me turn up Josh. He's cooler to listen to anyway.
The stadtholder could not hold office unless approved by the National Assembly, although there is often a mere formality. One intended effect of the parliamentary system was to prevent any single individual from achieving too much power. We might puzzle over why the German royal family of Nassau-Orange helped establish a political system in which their own power was reduced. It can be argued that they did so to encourage popular support for the revolt against Spain. After all, the House of Orange did gain a permanent position in the government. This does not fully solve the riddle because, as we shall see, Other German royal families led coups and revolutions in which nearly identical political systems were erected, and few of those dynasties were acting entirely from noble impulses. A clue to resolving the puzzle is found in the fact that those German dynasties were deeply involved in brotherhood organizations. As we shall see in upcoming chapters, the evidence indicates that the families were promoting a brotherhood agenda from which the royals handsomely profited in other ways. That's because they were of the bloodlines of the custodial creators. In light of the role of the brotherhood network in promoting revolution and reducing monarchies, it might appear at first glance that the brotherhood was back to its true uncorrupted purpose of opposing custodial institutions. After all, the institution of monarchy was traceable back to the custodial gods of ancient Sumeria. According to Mesopotamian tablets, the custodial society was ruled in a unique fashion. At the top was a council, or system of councils. Beneath the top councils were planetary subdivisions such as Earth. Each subdivision was ruled by individual custodians on a hereditary basis, but subject to the laws of the council. Now that is key. That is key because, ladies and gentlemen, that right there, that piece of info right there is the proof that this system of bloodline and lineage and everything that is so important to the elite and the fact that they're horse breeders and people breeders and everything else, it proves right there what I have been saying on the show for 4 years is that the bloodlines of the people that are in power and the royals and the people that are in power and even people that are, movie stars and rock stars and stuff on these bloodlines, this originally was set up by these extraterrestrials. It's absolutely true because, again, that evidence that the government was, the power structure was set up that way comes from the Sumerian tablets. Again, according to Mesopotamian tablets, the custodial society was ruled in a unique fashion. At the top was a council or system of councils. Beneath the top council were planetary subdivisions such as Earth. Each subdivision was ruled by individual custodians on a hereditary basis but subject to the laws of the council. According to ancient Sumerians, local hereditary custodial rulers were Earth's first kings. Those rulers naturally implanted their monarchical system on human society. We see intriguing evidence of this in those ancient Mesopotamian drawings that depict custodial gods bearing two objects which are now universal symbols of monarchy, the scepter and the tiara. The Sumerian state was the first human kings on earth were the offspring of the custodial rulers who mated with human women. Those matings entitled to have human offspring to become early monarchs on earth. Thus was born the idea of royal blood and the perceived importance of maintaining proper royal breeding to ensure continued purity of the human royal bloodline. Interestingly, some ancient custodial gods were depicted as either blue-skinned or blue-blooded. This gave us the idea, and some say reality, of royal blood. Aristocratic breeding practices have persisted through history and remain important to some royalty even today. No, it's important to everything in the whole power structure. Let me ask you something. You ever seen a Bush? You ever seen a Bush or a Clinton or any of these politicians? You ever seen one with a brown baby? You ever seen anybody in their family with a brown baby? You ever see them? No, you don't, because they don't do that, because they keep their bloodline pure. This is how they do it. So I'm sorry. I mean, again, he wrote this book, but the early 90s, I'm sure Brandon has come a long way since then. Yeah, there's a lot more evidence now, but yeah, certainly this is way more important than people saying, oh, it's important to some. Say, no, the whole system is based around these bloodlines. The whole system, the perceived illusion of them versus us, and they're in control of the art is based on the fact that they believe because they are of pure stock, that gives them the divine right to rule. And the divine right to rule has been around since
us divided.
It ain't them divided. They're playing the game with our ass. In light of the above, it would have been in keeping with the aims of the original uncorrupted brotherhood to eliminate monarchy and replace it with a parliamentary form of government in which human beings could choose
Motherfuckers
their
don't
leaders.
like us getting
Yeah,
together,
the
having a good
Brotherhood
time.
reformed itself by the time of William the Silent.
Do it more often.
Unfortunately, no. As we have seen before,
Remain
the
calm.
custodial influence
It's the calm.
caused
Calm
valid
salt
aims
thing.
and teachings of the Brotherhood to require fatal twists. Precisely such a twist distorted the otherwise altruistic social and political goals of the Brotherhood revolutionaries.
I saved most of the glitter, man.
Monarchies and parliamentary governments allowed for greater power to be assumed by a new institution being installed by the revolutionaries. A new banking system and monetary
So that
system.
thing's a 3-hole. I'm
This
wondering
new
what I'm
monetary
going to
system
put on
was
the
a
side of
major
it.
element of the revolutions of the 16th, 17th, and
No,
18th
not.
centuries. Yet this fact is only minimally discussed in the majority of history books. Yeah, who do you think prints of history books? Those who ran and stood
Put a
on the
shiny
new monetary
Dichro
system have
bridge
been
on it.
aptly labeled by one author, Howard Katz, as the paper aristocracy. The revolutions which began to sweep the world after the Reformation heralded the diminishment of the powerful.
I remember I got a nice
in
little
favor of the less
slice of
visible,
that shit.
but in many ways equally potent monetary aristocracy. This happened because during the Reformation, banking and money lending, which were once viewed as lowly occupations, funny how that works, isn't it? Banking and money lending were once considered lowly occupations. They don't know anymore. By the way, did you guys hear? I'm sorry to interrupt before we're reading. Did you guys hear what Matt Taibbi from Rolling Stone said about Wall Street? He said he put Lloyd Blakeman and pound me in the ass prison for 1 6-month term, and all this bullshit would stop. All over, it would be all this stop all over Wall Street. That's all it would take, just once.
Yeah, just stop it. Just stop being
I
it.
mean, these guys would probably enjoy being.
We are the market. It's us out there feeding everybody. It's us out there making the cars. It's us out there fucking doing the shit. It ain't done. We just got to stop fucking feeding the system and being your military and your police. That protects, not you. That protects the opposition. The fucking it continues the face of opposition, like the red and the blue and fucking all that good shit. It's you Democrats ain't no better than the damn Republicans. The Republicans ain't no better than the damn Democrats. They work together. I used to work with them. They work together. They're not out of touch. They're not dumb. And as soon as we stop fucking thinking that way, they lose. It's that goddamn simple. It was a Republican senator that I'd worked with very closely and told me how 3/4 of the population was going to die. And I didn't like the conversation. So we got time to prepare. I hope he's prepared because I've been warning for a while now. Tell him, Glenn, about the food. You better get some water too, motherfuckers, because that's getting scarce. Look, flash drought, flash flood, flash drought. That's a microwave situation, man. Fucking water is evaporating before it gets to the roots. And if it gets to the roots, it's washing the roots out. All the farmers this year were saying the same thing. You can water and water and water. The goddamn plant ain't taking it. It fucking ain't getting in the plant.
Say, oh yeah, just look into the bankers, look into the bankers. Well, the bankers
And the ground was
the banking
cracked
system was
after
created
fucking.
by these custodial
It's like, damn.
bastards. And it blows my mind now.
And then the world caught on fire, Glenn.
This is the
And it's still
explanation
burning,
as
my
to
friend.
why for years this guy's been telling you not to look into this stuff. I mean, it's completely irrelevant to me.
I look.
You know, it's such a big revelation. I mean, I've known this, but really reading this book, I've understood more than anything else why there has been such a moratorium put on this information. When people uncover this and they uncover the source of everything, it's going to be over for the hucksters and these snake oil salesmen in Patriot movement. I mean, it's just over for them. Few topics occupy as many minds or stimulate as many emotions as money. What's the answer to 99 out of 100 questions, folks? Money. This is largely because money is an overwhelming problem to a majority of people. One thing which causes modern money to be a problem is inflation. Whether inflation is climbing at 3% annually or 300% inflation, of course, is the situation in which the cost of goods and services steadily rise due to the ever-decreasing value of money. Money itself is not valuable, only the goods and services that we buy are. The wealth of any individual nation is ultimately determined by their producers in terms of value of products and services, not how much money it distributes and holds. I think you can actually survive without any currency at all, as long as it was otherwise productive. Shit, man, tell people that.
He's saying the same thing I just did.
Be productive without having money? Oh my God.
Eliminate the money. Still be good.
They're going to tell you that we have a society without money. They're going to tell you all this stuff. We're just anti-capitalist companies, you know. That's how people looking at that stuff. They're not capitalist companies. So that's all it is. By the way, Ted's going to come on and tell you about this G-Voting company. It's good stuff. Money changes to be proud. Money is therefore an extension of the barter system. Well, supposed to be. Barter is the act of trading something one possesses or does for something of someone else's. Production and barter are the basis of all economies. Coins and paper money were originally created to assist in barter. They allow people to barter without having to carry around actual goods or immediately deliver a service. This permitted individuals to trade more easily and to save the profits of the laborers for the future. Paper money initially began as promissory notes. A promissory note was written as a promise to pay a debt. The person would write a note on a piece of paper promising the bearer of the note a certain quantity of goods or services that the note writer would provide on demand. To illustrate, let us look at the following fictitious example. Let us pretend that a chicken farmer was in the village market and wanted to trade for a basket of apples. He did not have his chickens with him, so he might write a note to the apple seller entitling the bearer of the note to come to the farm at any time to pick up 2 healthy chickens. The chicken farmer would be able to walk away with his basket of apples, and it would be up to the apple grower to visit the farm one day and redeem the note by getting his 2 chickens. As long as people have faith in the chicken farmer's ability to honor his notes, he will be able to use them for barter. Let's now pretend that as the day draws to a close, the apple grower decides to have a look around the market. He comes across the cloth merchant. The apple grower's wife has been hen-pecking for days to buy someone who simply just arrived on a caravan from the Far East. The apple grower's home life has been made miserable by her unceasing demands and her denial of wifely comfort. Yeah, she won't fuck him. Which is where every problem starts. How far are we going back here? Cloth merchants and fucking all that. This has been going on forever. She won't fuck him unless he buys him something nice. He buys something nice instead of taking care of business, and everything goes to shit. I mean, you think we'd learn at some point. So he negotiates with the cloth merchant for some silk. The cloth merchant, however, does not need any more apples. So the apple grower, remembering that he has a note for 2 chickens, asks the merchant if the merchant needs poultry. The merchant says that he does, and the apple grower gives him the note for 2 chickens in exchange for silk. He's now up to the cloth merchant who starts on up to the chicken farm to redeem the note. The chickens themselves have never left the coop, yet they were changed ownership twice in one day. This type of exchange was all that paper money was initially created for. But do you see the temptation that it can open up? If the chicken farmer knows that some time will pass before he must redeem his notes with actual chickens, or that some of his notes will circulate forever and never come in for redemption, he may be tempted to issue more notes than he has in actual chickens, thinking that he will be able to cover all the notes by the time they come back to him. Temptation now gets the best of the chicken farmer. The chicken farmer has a big family get-together coming up, and he wants to impress his in-laws for once by putting on an opulent feast. Down to the market he goes, where he writes notes for chickens not yet hatched and stocks up with an abundance of goods from other merchants. Several things can now happen. The chicken farmer will get away with it if he's always able to meet the demand for chickens when his notes come in for redemption. Another thing that may and often will occur is that he has so saturated the marketplace with his chicken notes that most people just do not want them anymore. So he must offer even more hens for each trade to make people feel that it is worth their while. He is now writing notes for 2 or 3 chickens in exchange for items which he previously had only to issue single chicken notes. That's what we need, chicken notes. Hey boy, I'm going to give you this chicken note right here. Here you go. A vicious spiral ensues. The more notes the chicken farmer issues, the less valuable they become, and this is more that he has to issue in order to get what he wants. This is known as inflation. Now comes the worst part. With more and more notes outstanding, an increasing number of notes will start coming in for redemption. Soon the farmer will see that his true wealth, which is his supply of chickens, is becoming rapidly depleted, even though only a small portion of his outstanding notes have come back. To preserve his chickens, he must decrease the value of his notes by declaring that the outstanding notes are now only good for half of what they say. This is called devaluation. Since the farmer may find it difficult to admit that he had issued many more notes than he had chickens, he may try to save his reputation by lying, such as saying that a fierce chicken plague has wiped out half of his stock. That will probably not prevent him from becoming very unpopular. Public faith in his notes will be destroyed. He will either have to revert back to straight barter, or else he will need to acquire someone else's notes in order to continue trading in the market. As we can see, paper notes or money are rooted in actual commodities that are meant to be an expression that the creator of the notes has something valuable to trade. In contrast to notes or coins, which function somewhat differently, metals have always been considered valuable, and so pieces of metal were convenient trading tools. Many pieces were imprinted with various designs without becoming coins, and the metallic purity was guaranteed by the imprinter. Coin values were initially determined by the quantity and purity of the metal containing on the coin. Gold is a rare and popular metal, so coins made from gold were more expensive and had a higher barter value than, for instance, copper coins. Metal coins became a popular tool of barter because they were durable and quantities could be controlled. They create some problems, however. Realistically, people were only trading pieces of metal for other goods. This created a disproportionate emphasis on metal. The acquisition of coins and coin metal became an obsession to a great many people, and such obsessions tend to drain away energy better spent producing other valuable goods and services. This system also gave a disproportionate amount of power to those who possess large quantity of coined metals, even though some other commodities such as oil were more valuable. The person with a coin notes could easily acquire any good or service, but a farmer first had to go through the intermediate step of exchanging his product for a coin or coin metal before he could have the same spending flexibility. So this is a very interesting chapter, and he's kind of sort of dumbing down the whole monetary system thing for you there. I sort of like that. And sort of puts it in common sense terms for people to understand, how this occurred and just how far back this goes and how far this is going on, and how the illusion that we participate in is what ultimately what keeps us enslaved. So,
Yep.
If we can ever finally see through this illusion,
Go take.
then it can no longer have power on us if we don't believe that it's real. But what keeps that going now, what perpetuates that now is, it's just everything. Everything from new gadgets that come out, new toys, trying to keep up with the Joneses. It's just programming. Madison Avenue. Edward Bernays stuff. Where we left off last night, was his analogy about the chicken farmer and the analogy about, basically how the monetary system works. And so I'll back up a little bit just to give you a little context of what we're talking about here. The chicken farmer has a big family get-together coming up, and he wants to impress his in-laws for once by putting on an opulent feast. Down to the market he goes, where he writes notes for chickens not yet hatched and stocks up on an abundance of goods from other merchants. Several things can now happen. The chicken farmer will get away with it if he is able to meet the demand for chickens when his notes come in for redemption. Another thing that may and often will occur is that he has so saturated the marketplace with his chicken notes that most people just do not want any more of them. So he must offer even more hens for each trade to make people feel it is worth their while. He is now writing notes for 2 or 3 chickens in exchange for items which he previously only had to issue single chicken notes. As these chicken notes circulate, they become less and less valuable because there are so many of them. A vicious spiral ensues. The more notes the chicken farmer issues, the less valuable they become, and the more he has to issue in order to get what he wants. This is known as inflation. Now comes the worst part. With more and more notes outstanding, an increasing number of notes will start coming in for redemption. Soon the farmer will see that his true wealth, which is his supply of chickens, is becoming rapidly depleted, even though only a small portion of his outstanding notes has come back. To preserve his chickens, he must decrease the value of his notes by declaring that the outstanding notes are now only good for half of what they say. This is called devaluation. Since the farmer may find it difficult to admit that he had issued many more notes than he had chickens, he may try to save his reputation by lying, such as by saying that a fierce chicken plague has wiped out half of his stock. That will probably not prevent him from becoming very unpopular. Public faith in his notes will be destroyed, and he will either have to revert back to straight barter, or else he will need to acquire someone else's notes in order to continue trading in the market. So this picked up where we left off last night. As we can see, paper notes or money are rooted in actual commodities and are meant to be an expression that the creator of the notes has something valuable to trade. In contrast to notes of coins, which function somewhat differently. Notes have always been considered valuable, so people will know what to use trading tools. Metal pieces were created with various designs, thereby becoming coins, and the metallic purity was guaranteed by the inventor. Coin values were initially determined by the quality and purity of the note contained within the coin. Gold was a rare and more popular metal, but coins made from gold were more expensive and had a higher barter value than, for instance, copper coins. Metal coins became a popular tool for barter because they were durable and quantities could be controlled. They did create some problems, however. Realistically, people were only trading pieces of metal for other goods. This created a disproportionate emphasis on metal. The acquisition of coins and coin notes became an obsession to a great many people, and such obsessions tended to drain away into better spent with some other valuable goods and services. This system also gave a disproportionate amount of power to those who possessed large quantities of coined metals, even though other commodities such as food are ultimately more valuable. The person with the coined metals could immediately acquire any good or service, while farmers first had to go through the intermediate step of exchanging his products for coin or metal before he could have the same steady flexibility. Coin notes with paper notes to create the foundation of our modern monetary system in 1600. Those who laid this foundation were reportedly the goldsmiths. Goldsmiths usually owned the strongest safes and lockboxes in town. For this reason, many people deposit their coin notes with the smiths for safekeeping. The smiths issued receipts to the depositors that promised to pay to the receipt holders on demand those quantities of gold or silver shown on receipts. Each such receipt was actually a note which could be circulated as money until the holder of the note went back to the goldsmith to redeem it for the specified amount of metal. The goldsmiths made an important discovery. Under normal circumstances, only about 10% to 20% of the receipts ever came back for redemption at any given time. The rest circulating in the community as money and for good reason. Paper was easier to carry than bulky coin, and people felt safer having received some little actual gold and silver. The Smiths realized that they could lend out the young redeemed metals and charge interest, and they got earned money as lenders. In making such a loan, however, the Smiths would try to convince the borrower to accept the loan in form of a receipt instead of actual metal. The borrower could then circulate that note as money. As we can see, the goldsmith has now created money, his receipt, to double the actual quantity of metal he has in the safe. First to the original depositor and then to a borrower. The goldsmith did not even own the metal in the safe, yet by simply writing upon a piece of paper, someone now owes him money up to the full value of the gold in his safe. The smith could continue writing his notes as long as the notes coming into it did not exceed his actual deposit for his notes. Typically, a smith would issue notes for 4 to 5 times in excess of his actual supply of gold. As profitable as this operation may have been, there were some pitfalls. If too many of the goldsmith's notes came back to redemption too rapidly, or the smith's borrowers were slow to pay, the smith would be wiped out. The credibility of his notes would be destroyed. If the smith ran his operation profitably, however, he could become quite wealthy without producing any value. Right, and this is where the end of the Jew beggars altogether. Right? They had to become stingy with the gold so they could gain power. And that's how the stereotype came in, right? Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry. It's just ridiculous. I have to laugh. Stupid. The injustice of this is obvious. If for every sack of gold the smith had on the part of people now owing him the equivalent of 4 sacks, someone has the lose. The total debt to the goldsmith increased, more and more true wealth and resources were owed to him. Since the goldsmith was not producing any true wealth and resources, but was demanding an ever-increasing share of it because of his paper notes, he easily became a parasite upon the economy. Yeah, well, this is exactly why the Vatican found out about the that same racket of the Templars were running and said, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to claim that what they're doing is against Jesus and against the church. We'll say that they're heretics. We'll kill them all. We'll take their knowledge. We'll take their riches. And we'll continue that power. We'll continue on what they've done. He said, what we'll do is we'll put the Jews in charge of it, since everybody believes that the Jews killed Jesus. We'll put the Jews in charge of our money and in charge of this racket that the Templars created on behalf of the church to take over the whole world. And if anybody gets too close to trying to figure out what it is, well, we'll just blame it on our Jew bankers that we put out there in front, and then we've got plausible deniability. That about brings us up to date. I mean, seriously.
It does.
The inevitable result was the enrichment of the careful goldsmith turned banker at the cost of the impoverishment of other people in the community. That impoverishment was manifested either in the people's need to give up things of value or in their need to toil longer to create the wealth needed to repay the banker. If the goldsmith was not careful and his monetary bubble burst, the people around him suffered anyway due to the disruption caused by the collapse of his bank and the loss of the value of his notes still in circulation. Such was the birth of modern banking. Many people feel that it is an inherently dishonest system, and it is. It is also socially and economically destabilizing, yet all of the world's major monetary banking systems today operate on a close variation of the system I just described. By the 17th century, the Medici banking house of Italy had come up with the idea of using gold as the commodity upon which to base all paper currency. I said paper currency. Well, I guess I wasn't wrong now, was I, boy? Hell no! Paper currency, that's what we're calling it from now on. That's going to be our new meme. The meme of the week. Yeah, I'm not calling it paper currency, it's paper currency. Fuck yeah, dude. Put it on the board. Put that motherfucker on the board. That's going on the board. That's a new one. Paper currency. Hey, man. Got that paper currency going on? No, man. I don't believe in that paper currency, man. If it's just an illusion anyway, bro. Good stuff. Paper currency. That's what we're calling it from now on. I'm sorry, I'm not just going to put in here and figure out where I was talking about. Gold was counted as the perfect basis for paper notes because of the scarcity of the desirability of gold. This was the beginning of the gold standard, in which all the goods and services are valued in relation to gold and sometimes silver. The gold standard was certainly a perfect idea for those people who own plenty of gold and silver, but it created an artificial reliance on a commodity that is not nearly as useful as many other products. To base an entire monetary system on a single commodity is better than basing it upon no commodities at all, but even under a gold standard, paper notes will far exceed the metals used to back the notes. The best solution is to root a money supply firmly in a nation's entire valuable output, so that the money acts as an accurate reflection of that output. Once the gold standard was created, paper notes were thought to be as good as gold. Now you see why these ass clown fucking priest class Jesuit fucking Catholic owned shills like Ron Paul. Oh, we just go back to the gold standard. Let's go back to that. I'm not crazy. Let's go back to that. Gold standard was created by God. Huge. Somebody didn't even fucking know the Ron Paul. My God. Fuck that guy right in his dirty shithole. Fuck him and his whole copy of the Masonic fucking Catholic family. Once the gold standard was created, paper notes were thought to be as good as gold because people could redeem the notes for actual gold. This created a false sense of security. As more and more gold notes entered the market, they gradually became worth less and less, resulting in a steady inflation. The gold owners and bankers had to stop issuing a constant stream of notes because that is how they earned their profits. As long as the bankers planned carefully and people retained their faith in the notes, the note writers would stay ahead of the inevitable inflation they created and make an enormous profit off of it. If, on the other hand, they issued an overabundance and too many other notes came back for redemption, they could, as a last resort, devalue the notes to save their gold. In this fashion, inflatable paper money, even under a gold standard, became a source of wealth and power to those entitled to create the money. Boom. Again, one of the other million reasons why the Truth and Patriot movement, at large have just ignored this book.
And kill gas and something like that.
It also generated indebtedness on an enormous scale because most of the created out of nothing gold notes were released into the community as loans repayable to the bankers. If people did not borrow from the bankers, little money would enter the market and the economy would slow down. This meant to represent the existence of actual tradable commodities. Inflatable paper money allows a handful of people to absorb and manipulate a great deal of true wealth. Produce. Simply through the act of printing paper and then slowly destroying the value of that paper with inflation, it causes money to become its own commodity, which can be manipulated on its own terms, usually to the detriment of the production and barter system. Money was meant to assist that system, not to dominate and control it. The inflatable paper money system described above was the new science of money being installed by Brotherhood revolutionaries. An early version of the system was established in Holland in 1609. That was the year in which the Dutch and Spanish forces signed a truce suspending the hostilities of the 80 Years' War. The truce marked the birth of the independent Dutch Republic and the founding of the Bank of Amsterdam in the same year. The privately owned Bank of Amsterdam operated on the inflatable paper money system described above. It was run by a group of financiers who pulled some of their precious metals to form the asset base of the bank. By prior agreement with the new Dutch government, the bank.
So I got the
Dutch
pieces
was
together.
presumably
It's giving me a hard
issuing
time.
notes for
I think I
tenants'
got it all
access to the
fixed.
bank's
We'll look at
asset
it
base.
in a minute.
The Dutch magistrates were then able to
Just in
draw
the
out
interest of not
three-quarters
cussing a
of
lot,
the quote-unquote created
I'm
out
not
of
going to put
nothing
that
money.
dicros strip on it and try to make sure it comes out of the kiln fine.
This
Then I'll
reveals
put
the
it in. I
primary
got
reason
plenty of room in that
why the
fucking kiln.
inflatable paper money
So I can do
system
that.
was
Just do it and it's
created.
not going to bother me for the rest of the day.
Listen closely, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm about to head out myself.
It enables nations to fight and prolong their wars. It also makes the human struggle for physical existence in a modern economy more difficult due to the massive debt and parasitic absorption of wealth that the system causes. You start to understand
Hey
what's
there,
going on in the
honey.
United States now? They are
And the
using
Polly's hungry.
this deflationary, phony economic system
How's the generator doing? It ain't bounced out of there
to
yet.
fund and continue their wars while they simultaneously bring down our country and bring down all countries and bring down people to a more controllable level. Can't you see this? Don't you care? TV and hot pockets and video games and getting drunk and banging prostitutes, that's all gone if you don't understand
Maybe
this.
sit my
Got
kiln
me?
a minute. But I'm pretty much done.
This is so key to understand. This is the essence of everything. This is how they gotten us.
Good. You know, I got 2
That's
years and
everything.
90 days on that
9/11
fucking
is such a
thing. Run the
distraction.
fuck
It's
out of
just what they
it.
did to bring this along.
Fucking A. He kept saying free
This
replacement.
slow
I'm like,
and
fucking A.
steady
That's why I like
sustained.
it.
9/11 was the first. The reason they called it ground
Lightning
zero,
strike.
folks. Well, on top of the fact that they probably used some sort of nuclear weapon there, that's neither here nor there. It's because it was the epicenter. It was the first shot.
Oh,
heard
well,
around the
thank you.
world. And this sustained
Fucking, it is
warfare and sustained
been
bombardment that has
pretty
been
wet
executed
with
with the
sweat
military
today.
system against all peoples of the world.
Looking forward to some hot
It's
water.
been a slow downhill climb since then. Furthermore, steady inflation reduces the value of people's money so that their accumulated
I wanna
wealth
check
is
my
gradually
PC in a
eroded.
minute before I get off.
The custodial aims
Although I
expressed
already
in the Garden of
put
Eden and the Tower of
my
Babel
oxygen.
stories were greatly furthered by the new paper money system. The initial success of the Bank of Amsterdam encouraged similar banking arrangements in other nations. The most notable offspring was the Bank of England, founded in 1694. The Bank of England established the pattern for our modern-day central banks by refining the inflatable paper money system of Holland. The Bank of England system was subsequently spread from nation to nation, often on the backs of revolutions led by prominent Brotherhood Network members. That's a key piece of info. That's exactly what they're trying to do right now. The Bank of England system was subsequently spread from nation to nation, often on the backs of revolutions led by prominent Brotherhood Network members. They're trying to set up a new monetary system in the United States,
I don't know.
and they're going to use these gold hucksters to use it. And
We'll
sell it
find
on the
out
back of this
Tuesday.
phony
We got
revolution.
tomorrow off. Shop's closed.
It's going on right now. They're trying to do it right now. The worldwide Reformation announced in the Fama Fraternis was well underway by the end of the 17th century, and the new money was a big part of it, as we shall see more later. So there you go. That's the end of chapter 21. The next chapter is 22. Chapter 22, Marching Saints. One of the most important leaders of the Reformation was John Calvin. Calvin was only 10 years old when Luther broke from the Catholic Church, but as an adult, Calvin became one of Protestantism's most zealous advocates. Calvin published his first religious tract in 1536 in Basel, Switzerland. A city by the Swiss-German border, Calvin spent his adult life writing and teaching his own unique interpretations of Protestant doctrine. The result was the creation of a Protestant denomination named after him, Calvinism. which was headquartered in Geneva. Consequently, as we just read in the last chapter, also where they ended up setting up a Swiss base. No coincidence there. Calvin continued in the mystical vein of Martin Luther, as we recall. Luther said that the spiritual salvation was not something that a human being could achieve through his or her own labors. Wrong, they complained. Instead, salvation required an act of belief. The same idea was promulgated by Calvin, but with a harder twist. According to Calvin's doctrine, not even an act of faith or belief would ensure a person's spiritual survival. Calvin proclaimed instead that a person's spiritual salvation, or lack of it, was already predetermined before birth by God. Not only had God decided in advance who would achieve spiritual salvation and who would not, but there was absolutely nothing a person could do about God's decision. This unhappy doctrine is known as predestination. Calvin's predestination teachings offer people little comfort because they express that most human beings were spiritually condemned. Those humans favored by God before birth were known as the elect. The elect were few in number and could do nothing to share their
That's why they print you at fucking birth.
The elect had only one real duty on earth, proclaimed Calvin, and this was to suppress the sin of others as a service to God. Calvin, of course, was one of the elect. One might ask, why would God condemn nearly every soul before birth and then continue to punish them after birth? It seems rather cruel, according to Calvin. The human race was still being punished for the original sin of Adam and Eve. As we recall, the original sin was early man's attempt to gain knowledge of ethics and spiritual immortality. Calvin did not attempt to justify predestination despite its obvious unfairness.
It's time to
He preached instead that predestination was a mystery to which all people should be held. Many things of God were never meant
Y'all
to be
have yourselves a good night and a good day.
Calvinism was more than a
I guess
Sunday
we're taking
religion.
the day off tomorrow. We're going to the lake.
It demanded of its adherents
Stay
a
calm.
pragmatic
Your
and
shoe might be
austere,
spiky.
pragmatic and
I know
austere
mine is.
lifestyle, which a person's highest duty was to glorify God and his or her